Hello? Are we back? Yeah, this is I'm sorry. Two reasons I don't think this whole kick thing is working. This mess, this junk, and B, it's just ruining the stream quality. My bitrate is being inconsistent, ruining the stream quality. I'd rather have one good quality stream over on Twitch and avoid the mess on Kick. Oh, I gotta figure out some other alternative, you know? I mean, technically, the only other alternative is get a better laptop or streaming PC, but yeah, that's out of the question right now. Can't be bothered. So here we are. We've got to make do with what we have here. Are we good? Yeah, everyone's missing. I'm sorry about that. Let's jump back in, everyone. Let's enjoy a nice chill Friday. I got a nice cup of mocha coffee here, home brew, home blend. We got kicked out of gold from that other time trial, the new Opel VGT, by about half a second. So we got to grind that a little bit as well. We're about a 10th behind this one, Lago Maggiore, in the Honda EMS time trial. So we're going to try to push this a little bit, see what we can do. But apart from that, make yourselves comfortable. Let's get this bread and let us jump right in. I'm also going to disable this this bottom thing there because it looks ugly, honestly. It's fine. The only other solution is if I move my entire camera somewhere else where it's unobtrusive. But by that logic, it wouldn't be a consistent stream experience. Like I'll just have different camera angles for every stream. It would just look very, very weird. I'd rather not have that. So yeah, let's do a bit of a long stream today. I'm planning for 5 hours at least. I'm planning for 5 hours, but most likely we'll be doing 4.5-ish at most. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how things go. And we'll just play it by ear, play it by the vibe. I forgot to controller setting. This one I'm gonna put it at 3 perhaps. Okay, I wanna finish the lap still. I don't know if I'm gonna gain time. It's probably on the entry of that corner because I'm carrying all that speed down the straight here. Even on the straight, there's a way for me to brake smoothly and exit that corner a lot better. Not like that. You could get on the gas so much earlier. I'm gonna carry maybe 2 to 3 more. 2 to 3 more kph higher through the final corner. If you just throw it in there. Okay, there's so much downforce to rely on. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna do this, yeah. There we go. So the gist is, if I enable ray tracing mode, we get 4K output, so the game looks crisp and sharp. Whereas if I enable the normal mode, I think it renders at a lower resolution, and there's so much jagged edges when you're driving, it just looks so bad. All your markers and references just don't look great. Technically, even now, there's a bit of jaggies there. The anti-aliasing is just quite horrid. Only if you completely disable 120 FPS mode. Do you fix that problem entirely? This long corner, I really don't know what the way is to take this corner. If it were up to me, I would do something like that, you know, break in a straight line. It's like Daytona's turn 5. Is it turn 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Turn 6, one corner behind. Daytona's turn 6. It's kind of a turning while braking type corner. Descending radius. That was terrible. We can do a 40 flat or a high 40 here at least. We don't need to, but that will be satisfactory. These two final corners as well, there's a lot of time left here. Yeah, see, that's how much speed you can carry. I think you gotta brake so lightly through there. It's almost as if you're just kind of keeping it on this line out here. You're carrying it all the way out there. It's less of the line, more of the speed you carry in that corner, I feel. Again, it's more about the speed and less about the line. You can still afford to go wide as long as you carry enough speed. Speed as well push you out anyway. This is one of the original Gran Turismo tracks that I don't really like. Because you don't really have consistent brake references everywhere. Some corners you have them, some corners you don't. Everywhere else just feels kind of empty. It's hard to tell. It's hard to hit the mark. This one is kind of like reverse Suzuka 130R. There we go, something like that. Something like that. That was such a good sector 1. That was slower still. Okay, I can go up till the yellow part there, but it's still a bit slippery. Yeah, I just have no idea to brake. That's one of the big reasons I don't like this track. Like I mentioned, there's no concrete or clear braking references. It's all just blind everywhere. Turn one, yeah, there's these boards up here, but then they're really useless because you're braking sort of in the middle where it doesn't really apply. Also, I might be coming down with a bit of the sick. There you go. That's what I want to do. I want to brake late, get on the throttle early, but that was a bit too late, I feel. And I got to get on throttle as early as I possibly can through there. Early as I can. Brake earlier, throttle earlier. Another thing with these original tracks is it's kind of pointless spending so much time and effort trying to figuring out what's the best line around these tracks, because you literally will not use that knowledge for any other reason outside of Gran Turismo. It makes more sense to invest more time and energy learning a track that exists in real life, you know? If I had a choice to learn a new track that I haven't driven before, or to master a track, of course I would choose a track that exists, a track that I may be able to drive in real life. It's a full second slower than my record. Not only is that incredibly bad, that was such a good sector 1 I felt, but somehow still we're only a tenth ahead. Didn't quite apex there, or else we would have made the corner. The only reason I want to get gold is to maintain my streak, that's all. I just kind of assert myself that no matter what, I can still stay in the top 3% of all drivers at least, you know. I'm pushing the final corner a lot more. It is great. It wasn't smooth, but definitely can feel like I'm pushing it a lot more. Yeah, this is annoying. This is really annoying. Not the car, the track. The track, I don't like this track. It sucks. At least deep forests and like Trial Mountain are like not half bad, you know. This track though, yeah, I have no respect for this track, dude. I gotta be hearing the tires squealing all the way. That's how I know I'm on the limit. I feel like I'm not carrying enough speed through there. That's sloppy. But you can cut turn one so much. And then you understeer, of course, because there's a compression there. When you have a compression, you understeer in this game because physics is just upside down now. Ah, well, nothing makes sense anymore. Yeah, I'm supposed to use all that tarmac on the outside there. I've seen like a lap or two of pro esports drivers taking this track. It's shenanigans, Gran Turismo shenanigans, you know. You gotta abuse the crap out of the track limits, and I think no track demonstrates that better than this one. Even exiting there because of that blind crest. Too late, didn't get on the curb, didn't use all the track available. That felt good, that felt early. Shorten the distance. Scrubbed it big time there going on that sausage. A sausage did. Could have carried much more speed. Hey Eric, still taming the GT500? Not my favorite, I'll say that much. I'm just not a fan of... I think this might be one of my least favorite Gran Turismo original tracks. I just can't be bothered for it much at all. Kinda sucks. The car is fine. I have nothing against the car. I just don't like the track. The track honestly sucks. I think this track highlights what is wrong with Gran Turismo physics. Just the way you abuse the track limit, abuse the curbs, driving around it in a way where you simply would not in real life. Yeah, this car as well, it's hard, it's hard. Skill issue for the most part. You see how much curb you can cut? You can put your entire car outside of the white line. That is just insane. I don't even know, dude, anymore. I keep messing up turn 1 because there is no reference for turn 1. There's no concrete braking reference for turn 1. What am I supposed to refer to? There's nothing. You're braking between these little boards here. So of course, one time I'm going to brake fine, the other time I'm going to brake a little too late. Exiting in second gear is going to kill me. That sucks, so I can't go outside the white line there because there's no grip there. The bump kind of Messes up your car's balance. Earlier. Earlier. And get on the gas earlier. Earlier. Even earlier. Do even earlier. There's so much compression there. It should push you all the way out wide. I hate doing that, but you gotta. I don't know if there's a way. There is a way, probably, to get out of that corner flat out, but I don't know it yet. And of course, there we go. There is a way. There is a way, but I may not be inclined to find it right away because this feels like I'm just wasting time. Like I said, it's worthless spending my precious time trying to master a track that does not exist. Literally worthless. It's such a waste of time. When I try, I'm not gonna blame my throttle, that's fine. Nah, I won't. Literally the day after TGR is over, you know damn well I'm dismantling this wheel, putting it back in the box, sending it off. The magic is gonna come back on. Yeah, nah, don't get your hopes up, man. The only time we will get back to Gran Turismo is in December, when the new update comes out. We'll try out Yas Marina, we'll try out Gil Villeneuve, try out the new cars, but we will do it on controller. Can't be bothered. We won't even have this wheel by then, I reckon. See, I've driven this track since the Gran Turismo Sport days, and I still don't know it very well because it sucks so much ass. It sucks so much. Now there isn't much inherently wrong with it. It just sucks. I think it's too lenient, too forgiving. Too many curbs like that. I think instead of having grass on the edge, you should just put sand. Make it a bit like Laguna Seca, like this corner here. Yeah, make it so that you don't always want to put your wheels, all four wheels outside the white line, all four wheels on the curb. Like in this case, they had to put all four wheels outside on the curb. I hate doing that. It's so ridiculous. You see, you gotta put your wheels outside the white line. I hate that. I think that's gold. I think that's gold. I'm gonna take it. I think that's gold. We beat it by 2/10, and that was a bad lap. That was a bad lap. Yep, okay, we're gold. I'm done. 2/10. I think it will remain that way for a while. I'm just gonna leave it at this. Oh, the next... Do y'all notice a pattern? I tend to struggle on the time trials that involve fictional tracks. You feel me? I tend to struggle mostly on fictional tracks. Because I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. it makes no sense why you want to spend so much time trying to get good at it, but it serves literally no purpose. Now, I used to be the kind of guy who would like, if I know I'm struggling, Gran Turismo is great in a way where it lets you watch replays, right? If the top 10, even the P1 guy, they can upload the replay to the leaderboard, and you can just like, there we go. So you see those this little icon here, so icon up here. Where is it? See that little icon up there, a little video icon. Yeah, that means they have a replay that you can watch. Like if it's blank, like it is here, this guy down here is blank. That means he doesn't have a replay. But anyone who has that icon, it means they have a replay. You can just click and watch their replay and see what kind of shenanigans they're up to gain more time. And I don't want to, because I know the kind of stuff they do. I bet you they're getting a lot of time by drifting around the hairpins. I bet you. They're drifting, they're power sliding this car out of the corners, for sure. They're not driving it the way I do, or the way you would in real life, smoothly and all. Especially given the fact these are comfort tires too. So this car has a very loose steering lock, as in you can turn very, very tightly around the corner. You can turn more and it will still go. You just gotta be a bit careful. Ooh, I think 10 is a bit too strong. Let me bring it down to maybe 8. How often do you watch the telemetry data logger while you're doing iRacing and LMU? iRacing pretty frequently. LMU barely, because LMU I just kind of have fun in it. I take iRacing a bit more seriously. But I've only used Motec like a few times now, honestly. I should be using it a lot more, honestly. It is so very valuable. I kid you not. It is an incredibly valuable tool. And here's the thing, I have the knowledge. I know how to read telemetry. To an extent. I know how to read telemetry to an extent. I can interpret the data that I get from telemetry, make sense of it, and then I can draw conclusions. I'm like, okay, I need to brake earlier here, brake later here, turn harder here, turn softer here, get on throttle earlier here, trail brake more here. I can easily identify all these cues from what I know. But for content's sake, I don't spend my time on stream analyzing. Track time is still more valuable. That was a good turn 1 though. But let me tell you, once that feature comes in GT7, it's gonna make the whole guesswork of figuring out what the top drivers are doing a whole lot simpler, I tell you. A whole lot simpler. I wonder, here's a question that I had, right? Because telemetry and all that, it's a heavily gate-kept thing in the world of esports, especially in competitive sim racing. Gran Turismo being on the higher end of it, right? Gran Turismo is one of the most competitive sim platforms in the world. There is a lot of elitism, there is a lot of gatekeeping. Pro drivers go to great lengths to not tell you, or to not tell the general public certain secrets. There are certain secrets that only these pro drivers know, that you and I wouldn't. And that can give them sometimes a big advantage. I'm wondering what the data protection is going to be like once that feature is enabled. Is it going to be enabled for everyone to see? Is it only going to be available to each individual driver? How is the privacy of the data going to be enforced in a way, you know? Like maybe in a way you can only share it to friends. But definitely a step in the right direction. At this point, given what Gran Turismo is all about, I just feel like it's too little too late at this point. No, I appreciate what Gran Turismo is trying to do. I really do. Like it feels like too little too late. Now that would have been a fantastic lap if I did it. Also, honestly, Eric, because if you want it the easy way, money, you need to pay. You need to pay for a third-party app like Coach Dave, Track Titan, and whatever else the hell they're called. I think Coach Dave, Track Titan are the most common, most famous ones. So the fact that Gran Turismo is providing an in-house solution is going to be very, very useful for the intermediate to wannabe advanced level drivers. For drivers like me, you know, for drivers like me, drivers like you who perhaps we can't be bothered with getting coaching, dedicated coaching, but we want to get faster. Gosh, it doesn't want to turn. The features says Spec 3 on the surface. Yeah, we also only know 4 out of the 8 cars that are coming. They've really... I feel like them putting the Ferrari 296 GT3 is going to backfire really badly. Let me explain why I think I say that. They finally put... I think that is going to be the most modern or most up-to-date real existing car in the game. Or at least in terms of motorsport cars, right? Race car. Sure, they put all these like Sunday soccer mom cars no one cares about. There might be a recent model. No one cares about that. I hope, ideally, out of the remaining 4 cars that have not been revealed yet, I hope there's at least 2 more cars that are also modern GT cars, modern race cars. I hope. Why? Because it would balance the current GT3 field out. Say what you want, but the GT3 field is the most popular field and class of car in Gran Turismo. It would make sense if they catered to that group of car more than other groups. At least 2 more, right? 2 more. So make it a nice round 3. Make it a good even 3. That's 3 cars in total. There are modern GT3 cars for everyone to enjoy. Because the ripple effect of it is everybody and their mother is going to be using the exact same car the next time Group 3 appears in the daily races. Everyone's going to be using the same Ferrari. Because everyone's tired of driving the same shit. People want what's new. So ideally, I would hope that at least 2 of the cars are also GT3s, making it an even 3. And the remaining 2 can be anything else, as long as it's not another goddamn Vision Gran Turismo. As long as it's not one of those crap, I'm fine. I have nothing bad to say. They're already putting 2 tracks, great. Gilles Villeneuve was kinda expected at this point, I guess. It's been heavily rumored. The data mine and everything, all the chit chat. Yas Marina, though, very unexpected, very out of the blue. Yeah, at this rate, the only other modern GT3 in the game is the Mercedes AMG, right? The 2020 version. Yeah, that's the most recent GT3 car in the game. That is rightfully embarrassing, for being real. Abu Dhabi brings trauma. The F1 movie trauma or the Max Verstappen trauma. Either way, both related to F1. Of course you hit the wall and get up. Of course you do. Real life, not the movie. Either way, people are... The Sunny Haze livery is going to be popular in the showroom, I can bet. So Yas Marina kind of reminds me of Forza for some reason, because Forza has Yas Marina, do they not? Forza has the Marina. I'm more interested in sport mode improvements. Was that a line? Was that a line that they mentioned that they are coming? They're making sport mode improvements. Yeah, very vague. Open up for interpretation what that improvement could be. You want to know what would be huge? Real-time qualifying. Bring it up to standards with the other sims. If before every race, you have to qualify in that race session. So you can't just set a hot lap and that hot lap's gonna last you all week. No, none of that bullshit anymore. Finally, we get to play on an even playing field. We won't finally get to stop the dominance of the hot lappers who don't know anything about racecraft. You know what? It is a win overall. That's for certain. For anyone who's still in Gran Turismo, good for y'all. Good for y'all. No, we will check it out. Like I said, once it comes out, we will give it a go on controller. That is gold. 1/10 for the gold. 5 more days till this ends. I can go a bit faster. We are exactly 2 seconds behind the world record now. We went a full second and a half faster. I can do a 15 high. I think I can. I know where I'm losing time, but I can't be bothered. Cannot be bothered. There is this one, Opel Corsa. But yet again, can't be bothered. No time for that. What we do have, yeah, let's do a few of these with exception of the last one, because the last one takes like 30 minutes to complete, usually. Yeah, I think it's at Alsace Group 4. Ooh, hang on, this would be a good chance to get some practice with the SOUPrah. I might just do this. I might just do that. Ooh, 12 laps at the Nordwand. Yeah, hard pass. Not bothered. Ooh, there we go. Clubman Cup, US. Road car, professionally tuned Watkins. Let's give the good old Ford GT a go. Been a while since I took the Ford for a spin. Sports soft, let's go. Perhaps physics and daily race improvements. Ooh, if there is a physics improvement, I welcome that. I welcome that. Gran Turismo definitely needs a big physics improvement. Hopefully they kind of improve on the rain, they improve on overall tire dynamics as a whole, Set special events on exclusive dedicated servers. I feel like it's gonna be similar to the time trials. It's gonna be a leaderboard. Because, the screenshot they showed, the 5 weekly challenges, 2 are just regular weekly challenges, 2 offline races, and then the other 3 is like time attack mode, you have one lap challenge mode, and then another thing. I feel like those 3, they might be variable, and they're going to have a separate leaderboard like a time trial, People are going to be competing with each other for that. That's what I feel, at least. Wow, I like the Ford GT a lot. But honestly, I'm just gonna put Gran Turismo on a pause for the time being. But you know what this means though? This means there's a good chance that next year's TGR is going to still be on Gran Turismo. However, if Project Moto Racing can actually appeal, right? If it's actually good, if it works at launch, or even if it doesn't, if they fix out the significant issues in a short time and get it working reliably. Cross-platform, very good. And the fact that they have teased the SOUPrah GT4 as an official car in that game. Let's just hope for more official Toyota support within that game. I'm talking maybe HIGHpercars, who knows? The GR010 would be amazing. It doesn't run in IMSA. Project Moto Racing is more toward IMSA, so it's unlikely we will see the GR010 HIGHpercar. But at least more Toyotas. At least, I think SOUPrah GR86 would be a very welcome addition. Any Corolla, the Corolla touring car, Honda, the Toyota Corolla, I think it's a TCR. Either way, just more modern Toyota race cars, just to give them a reason to consider using Project Moto Racing for next year's TGR. Because I spoke to Alex about it after the previous TGR round, and he mentioned that they're tired. They are honestly tired of using Gran Turismo every year. It's starting to become uninteresting even for us. This year's format, where they utilized different platforms for the qualifiers, was a very welcome change of pace. Like, the only reason you're seeing a bunch of new faces in this year's TGR is because you allowed people from other platforms to also shine. So you get a really nice, well-rounded view of a driver's actual skill and adaptability with these different simulators, different cars, different platforms. For some reason, Alex personally doesn't like Race Room, even though Race Room, honestly, I think is the second best sim out of all the platforms we've done this year. iRacing is got to be up there, but iRacing, in terms of options, there's only the GR86, nothing else. So you can maybe use it for like one round and that's it. iRacing is still great. Race Rooms is the second. It's got to be second place. Race Rooms were up there with some of the best physics on a sim. But they're against it because Race Room just looks bad. It looks bad in their opinion, and it looks bad on broadcast as well. Race Room does look bland, if I'm being honest. But, again, that may change due to the recent graphics update. I tried it yesterday. I tried the new Race Room update yesterday, and it looks really good. It looks, feels, plays really, really well. I also tried LMU's new Silverstone update with the LMP3. Also feels absolutely fantastic. Didn't take long for me. Even though I haven't played LMU in months now, literal months, plural, it didn't take me long to get right back into the swing of things. I could easily adapt to the LMP3, easily adapt to the new LMP2. I could also very easily readjust myself to my favorite hypercar, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, and the Alpine, and my goat. Can't forget my goat. Yeah, I can't wait to get back into LMU and iRacing once TGR is over. So now there's going to be a reason to consider Race Room for next year. Still, the problem with Race Room is that there's no official Toyota cars in there. The only reason they use the Formula 3 is because that car runs on a Toyota engine. Not the best representation of Toyota overall, but whatever floats your boat, I guess. Maybe we can consider another car that runs on a Toyota engine. Can someone maybe do a quick Google search? Are there any cars in Race Room that are affiliated with or run on Toyota engines? Just to give them a reason. Because that's got to be the key factor. It's TGR. You got to have some form of Toyota, right? But I still think we're going to use GT7, man. GT7's just... It just works. It's convenient. Most people have it. It just works. But GT7's kind of has its own barrier because you can already see there are only a handful of people who have made it this far in the TGR top 40 through the quarterfinals, I mean. And you can see those who excel on other platforms, AC, ACC, Race Room, they struggle with GT7. GT7 really has its own quirks, you know. It's easy going from GT7 to other sims because you've learned the basics. But once you've had something good like Race Room, iRacing, AC, Le Mans Ultimate, it's hard to go to GT7 because you have these expectations of how you're supposed to drive, and then in GT7 it just doesn't work that way because that's just not how the expectations are set. That's not how the game works in an ideal scenario. So for a new player, it takes a long time to understand and adjust to these tendencies of the game. Heck, it took me more than 2-3 years back in my GT Sport days. It took me such a long time, so much trial and error. The OGs will know just how much time I spent on stream back then in my first 2 years of TGR. And I was still on a controller and I was kind of whipping my time away. Just trying to figure out how the hell. Back then, yes, I did complain a lot about the fact that, you know, I am on different hardware. I am going to be slower. There was a physical limitation. There was definitely a physical limitation with being on controller, which was I could not apply the brake and the throttle as quickly as someone with a wheel and pedal set. Because Gran Turismo has this built-in damper where if you slam the trigger, R2, L2 trigger, it doesn't immediately send the throttle up like that. Look at my throttle pedal. It doesn't go like that. Instead, it has a progressive increase. So even when you slam on the brakes, it doesn't go right out the way. It goes up. If you slam it, it goes up slowly, you know? So it's not proportional. The release is fine. So because of that slow input, how do I put it? So if a person on a wheel and pedal set hits their brake at 100 meter board, right? They reach the maximum peak brake pressure just a blink after the 100 meter board, right? So it corresponds, right? They have a reference here, they brake there, they reach peak braking pressure, they slow down. On a controller, if I brake at 100 meter board, I hit the brakes as quickly as I can, but because the game has its own progressive application on the throttle and the brake, I only reach peak brake pressure maybe like a car length or two after my reference. So I don't make the corner, so I have to brake earlier. That was a genuine physical limitation of being on controller that I was very, very upset about, that I just could not overcome. I could not overcome it. Ooh, okay. Let's take our... Okay, we seriously need to detune this car. There's no way we're running 1,000 horsepower. We're not even running 700. Like, that's too much. There we go. 500 is fine. Crank up the downforce. God knows we need it. We'll keep the supercharger. Sure, why not? We'll keep the supercharger. Brake balance. Ooh, I like that. Let's give it a 2 to the front. Or 1 to the rear, perhaps. 150 miles an hour. We can go a lot faster than that, I reckon. Ooh, we gotta soften the front and soften the rear even more. Natural frequency, stiffen that up. Stiffen the front. Give it a bit of an outer toe. That's too much toe in. Front rear distribution. Why are we driving the Land Cruiser? Because Gran Turismo. Oh, I don't know what is it, but maybe it might be my water supply. My water hasn't been completely clean, but I am getting the sick, you guys. My throat has been blocked the entire day. I don't know why. Doesn't feel great. But we detuned it, don't worry. I brought it down from 1,000 horsepower to 500. We've halved it. It's still undrivable, but that's okay. Sorry. I haven't rallied in so long. I miss rallying, man. I miss going on the rally. Haven't played Dirt Rally in so long. What other rally game do I have? That's it. I only have Dirt Rally. I don't have anything else. I miss going 5 left. Caution, don't cut into tree. I miss it so much. I've only played WRC like 2 times. Once on stream and then once on my own. I really liked it, but damn. I only had it on Game Pass, if I remember correctly. And I can't be bothered to get Game Pass just for that game. Also, it's EA. So there's no way. I'm never gonna buy that game on its own. Because it also has like season pass and shit, if I remember. There's like DLC, there's like actual rally locations that are locked behind said DLC. Oh dear lord. Ooh, the supercharger kind of activates in the medium to high torque, man. No wonder I'm bogging out in the low RPM range. Gotta keep it revved up. I think the diff setup isn't doing it any justice here. Oh, I forgot why. My gear ratio is all off, that's why. I set it up too high. Don't mind my horrible driving here. Trust me, I drive a lot better in Dirt Rally. Just trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Yeah, of course I can't see anything through my rearview mirror. I've halved your horsepower. Why will you not go straight? Yes, Gran Turismo. Very Turismo. Oh, big jump coming up. Yee! You know that there have been like once or twice in the GT World Series, the Gran Turismo World Series, where they had races on dirt tracks. On the GT World Series, mind you. And the way they drive here is they drive it like it's a wet circuit. They just drive it like it's a normal road, but slower. So there's Scandinavian flicks for sure. But they use the oversteer so sparingly. Like they're so gentle with it. They use the racing line. They're smooth. They don't just kind of power out on exit as they please. So it's not how you drive in real life. In real life, you're just sliding one corner to the next. Dirt driving is fun. It's supposed to be a little chaotic. Nah, I guess it feels great. It feels great, but in reality, there's just a lot is still wrong, and it's just not quite right. This might be the last one we do. Sunday Cup, Kyoto. Yeah, Kyoto, another track that I'm just not fond of. I just am not. I hate to say it. I'm sorry, but it's just not a fun track. Oh yeah, did I show you my Renault Aventime F1? Not the Espas, it's the Espas's estranged younger brother. But it works. Oh, I miss my Carboncino and my Cappuccino. The BAC Mono, one of my favorite cars in the game. Pagani Huayra, Corvette, Tuscan Speed 6, the 918, the Ferrari FXX, the Vulcan F8 Tributo. Ooh. This car, by the way, this Ferrari, single-handed made me fall in love with Ferraris. It was this car that kind of made me realize the magic of Ferrari. And then I just love Ferraris ever since. As a company, sure, I have my doubts about Ferrari. They are a bit, elite. But boy, you can't deny, Ferrari do make some excellent cars. This old classic Porsche next to the garbage car. I mean, complaints aside, right? Gran Turismo really has one hell of a car selection. They've got so much choice, man. Everything from this Ford Roadster from the 60s to this car that doesn't even exist. Ferrari 246 GT Dino, Mazda MX-5. Ooh, one of my most favorite cars of all time. Porsche 911 Turbo, modded out Need for Speed style with the Rauch Welt body kit. The Alpha 8C, you got a Bond villain car there, Shelby Cobra. It's just, what a mix. What a mix. Sure, I guess Forza comes close, but my god, you're never gonna see this much variety anywhere else, man. It's just staggering. It still blows me away. As much as I crap on the cars that literally do not belong in this game, like the Soccer Mom cars, the Mog, these cars are okay. These cars are funny. Like I said, these cars are so bad that they become good. These are in that category. I forgive these, right? I'll allow these. This K car as well. They're cute. Suzuki Jimny, okay. I'll allow it. Do we really need 2 Suzuki Jimnys? Probably not, right? No, that's where I draw the line. I'll allow 1. I won't allow 2. Right? Van, funny car. I'll allow it. Funny car. I'll allow it. Fine. But about a Soccer Mom car, though, yeah, it does not belong. I'm sorry. Just respectfully, with all due respect, get out of my sim racing game. No one wants you here. Go back to the showroom. Go back to the showroom. But it really is true what they say. You are harsh on things that you care about. I don't think I've been more verbal and more critical about any other sim title out there as much as I do Gran Turismo, right? There really isn't. There really isn't. And that's only because I just love Gran Turismo. I respect and I love Gran Turismo so much. Gran Turismo is what made me me. So to see it go in this completely different direction compared to what it was, the Gran Turismo that turned me into me isn't this. And I'm not the only one saying that. Everyone who's played the previous Gran Turismo games is saying that. Everyone like me who's been influenced to become a car guy or who in some way has their inner child wanting to become a racing driver. That Gran Turismo. I don't think this Gran Turismo achieves that goal. We want that Gran Turismo back. Why? Because the kids of this day and age, they need a Gran Turismo like that in their lives, and this isn't it. Unfortunately, this isn't it. It breaks my heart to say, this isn't that game. For us back in the day, it was Gran Turismo 3, Gran Turismo 4, Forza Motorsport 3, Forza Motorsport 4, Test Drive Unlimited, Sega GT, all these games, you know. You know what the kids are playing these days? Real Racing 3 on their goddamn tablets and their phones. They're playing Asphalt 8, they're playing Need for Speed. They're playing this weird game, Racing Master, whatever it's called. They don't know what car culture is about. I appreciate that Gran Turismo's trying. They try so hard. They try so hard and lives don't start. In the end, it doesn't even matter. But I feel like the people making this game have their vision on one thing. They think it's going to help them achieve a certain goal, but it really isn't. And heck, to be completely honest, I don't even know what their goal is. What is their goal? I still remember their tagline when they first released this game 4 years ago. Gran Turismo is back. Gran Turismo is back. It's really not. It's really not. I mean, in its defense, right? If Gran Turismo... Okay, maybe. When the Spec 3 update comes out in December, right? Okay, when that Gran Turismo, compared to what GT7 was when it first came out, right? Very different. Very, very different. If that Gran Turismo was the first Gran Turismo that came out, right? If the Gran Turismo that is coming out early 2026 is the Gran Turismo that came out 4 years ago at launch, I think Gran Turismo 7 would have been okay. It still would not have lived up to the standards, to the magic of these old past Gran Turismos, I feel. But it still would have meant something. There would have been enough in the game. I still think the structure of Gran Turismo in and of itself is flawed, is hugely flawed, right? I still think the structure of Gran Turismo is deeply flawed. They've deviated from what makes Gran Turismo so hard. They've dropped the ball so hard. But it would have been enough that I think people wouldn't have been so harsh on it. But you know, I'm pissed at it. I'm pissed at the game because I love it so much, man. I love this so much. This is the reason I'm here. Right? This game, this series is the reason I'm here. So I'm putting myself in the shoes of a child in this day and age, right? And I were to imagine if I were playing this game, right? If I were a kid, I have nieces, I have nephews, I know how their brains work. I've seen them, man. They are the little gremlins that they are. They're adorable, they're sweet, but my god, they're a handful. Someone with that, squishy Play-Doh brain playing a game like this. Imagine if they're slightly unregulated, A, they wouldn't read any of the tips on the loading screen of the license test, so they would not gain any valuable input on actually learning how to drive, so it wouldn't be meaningful to them. 2, the bare minimum, the just enough mindset, where they just get bronze and everything, and then okay, we're fine. This I play what I want to play, and that's enough mentality, where they don't really feel like pushing themselves and really getting into things, where they lose interest when something doesn't work out in their favor. So the repeated failures, right? In a way, I'm not just saying for fun, but like the Dark Souls of sim racing, like veteran, the OG Gran Turismo faithful, we know what it's like to go through the journey of trying again and again and again and again, trying to get that gold medal in the mission challenges and the license tests. Gran Turismo's, especially the master licenses, are brutally difficult, right? Brutally difficult. I don't think kids these days would even want to take that challenge up. They would give up so fast. They don't even have the determination or the grit to put themselves through that kind of thing. And yes, the game does, in many regards, spoon feed everything. The game does spoon feed absolutely everything. I, for one, honestly hate the talking heads in Gran Turismo. You know, Sarah, Rupert. I don't like them. It makes Gran Turismo feel like a mobile game, like a cheap mobile game with like a AI assistant. It just feels cheap. The same reason I'm not fully on board with a bit of a Silk Song touch here. I'm just trying to relate it to something else. Not a spoiler per se, but it's an aspect of the game design. In the original Hollow Knight, you go in blind, right? You jump in the game says go, and then you just kind of walk around, figure things out. You just go. You're allowed to fumble around, figure things out for your own. You're allowed to fail here, fail there. If something doesn't work, try a different route, try a different path. Try again. Keep trying, till you eventually figure something out. There are many answers, many questions, and there isn't just one way to do one thing, right? There are many different options, many different ways you can do things. Silk Song also does they've kind of gamified it as well. I think for the modern audience. They've added quest logs and side quests, and there's a place where you can track the quests that you're doing. I don't like that. It removes the mystery from the game. It removes the intrinsic motivation. In the same way, Gran Turismo also kind of oversimplifies it. I understand the intention, but intention is one thing, execution is another. And in the end, you have to relate it. Is it actually going to be effective? What's the psychology of the player? Who are the kinds of people who are going to be interacting with this? Are they going to have the same experience as you think they will? No. Kids are going to take everything for granted, man, these days. You're not giving them the same effect. In the end, it goes back to the old adage, if a game is for everyone, it's for no one. And I think the biggest problem Gran Turismo 7 has is their whole marketing shtick. Gran Turismo's whole marketing pitch is, it's something for everyone. Remember the OG trailer? Remember Daddy Kaz? Oh, my bad. Sorry, Subaru. Remember Daddy Kaz coming in and saying, oh, this is a game for the car collectors. This is a game for the photographers. This is a game for the esports hardcore. This is a game for the fanatics. This is a game for those who love cars, who want to appreciate car culture. It's a game for everyone, you know, he said. He said, if no matter what part of car culture you enjoy, there is a place for you here. And I think that already is a big flaw at the very core of what Gran Turismo is all about. Sure, I'm not saying any of it is bad. It's great. But I don't think that should have been made the selling point of the game. I don't think that should have been made the prime intention of the game. I don't think that should have been the primary bullet point. in making the game interesting or appealing. Those are all background features. The more you focus on these things, you forget what the game's actually supposed to be about. What the game's always supposed to be about. It's in its blood. It's in the name. The real driving simulator. Gran Turismo's trying so hard to be something for everyone, where it fails to just be a good driving simulator. No, not say good driving simulator, but like the name says, a real driving simulator. It's a driving simulator. It's a pretty decent driving simulator. It's pretty good, in fact. But if they had focused less on all these other shticks and focused on one core identity, people would appreciate it more for what it is, rather than demanding things that it's not. Because now that it's trying to be a little bit of everything at once, it's a jack of all trades, master of none situation, you know? It's a jack of all trades, master of none. If there's one thing, if there's one thing in particular that GT7 is absolutely fantastic at, it's the photo mode. I think Gran Turismo 7 has the best photo mode ever. Period. There are some kinds of photography that you can do in GT7 that you can never do in real life or otherwise. It's just out of this world. GT7's photo mode is genuinely incredible, right? It's the best. So they knocked that one out of the park, and then everything else is just kind of mediocre. Or feels like they didn't put enough love and attention to it. Or, okay, that's dismissing the effort, right? Okay, these developers have put a lot of hard work. It's not my right to dismiss that. So I take that back. They've definitely put a lot of hard work, a lot of love and effort into it. But the vision is not visioning. Maybe the vision was wrong. And that wrong vision starts with Vision Gran Turismo. Just why? Why with the Vision Gran Turismo? No one asked for Vision Gran Turismo. Also, Mav, so sorry, man. I saw you there. I was just going on a rant. Psycho, thanks for the lurk too, buddy. Rail Racing 3 is goated, yeah. Look, I'm guilty too. Back when I was in school, I was guilty of playing Rail Racing 3. I played it for like a year or two. I got pretty far into the campaign. But once I caught wind of just how cheeky and sneaky that game was with the microtransactions and bullshit, I just couldn't be bothered. First thing I did was uninstall it. Like, I was tempted to pay actual real money for that game. Thank God I didn't. Like, I was that kid. I was tempted to use my mom's credit card at one point for Rail Racing 3 Gold, so I could buy those like limited edition cars, because some of the cars are locked. Some of the best cars in the game are locked behind gold, which is a currency that is very hard to obtain in Rail Racing, but you could easily buy it with money. It came down to that. And then they just kept updating the game with more events. The prices of cars just skyrocketed. It kept ballooning. It became a commitment where I had to spend like an hour every day just to like grind money to buy the cars I wanted in the game. So I just couldn't bother, you know? It was such a waste of time. Next thing I know, I deleted it. I think Rail Racing 3 single-handedly taught me the dangers of microtransactions. Rail Racing 3 was like the game that opened my eyes and made me not an idiot. So, in a way, good for me, you know? I realized at a very young age the dangers of microtransactions. I got my priorities straight as a young gamer. So I'm grateful for that. In an EA game of all places. Had to be EA, am I right? Had to be an EA game. Now, if I ever have a kid, I'm gonna test them by giving them an EA game. See how they react to it. If my kid ever comes up to me and like, Dad, can I buy this thing in the game? I'm disowning them. Off to the foster home you go. You are not my child. You can get me out of the broke, but you can't get the broke out of me. The cheapskate lives in our DNA. Don't never forget where you come from. Never forget where you come from. Even if you become a millionaire, right? Don't stop being mindful. Don't stop being courteous and moderate with your spending habits, with money in general. You don't need a gazillion dollars. You just need enough. Enough for good food in your stomach. Enough to take care of your family. Enough to put a good roof over your head. Comfortable bed to sleep in. The occasional indulgence. Something that keeps you alive. A hobby, a passion. That's all you need, man. If you have anything extra, use it to help people along the way. That's all you need. The idea of GT7 being for everyone is good. Yeah. Jack of all trades, master of one. Master of escapes, the photo mode. But that's it. Beyond that, nothing. God, I'm one more lap to go. I'm 5 seconds behind P1. Because I crashed so many times on this corner. Again, goes to show just how much I do not care. I absolutely do not care on this. I can't just like wall ride through here, technically. Is that P1 ahead of me? I think that is P1, yeah. It's been how many years GT7 is out now? They still don't have native endurance events as part of the core game. Endurance events are part of the mission challenges, which are a one-time completion only. I hate that. Those mission challenges were some of the most fun things in the game. They were hard, they were challenging. People on the internet were like sharing tips with each other how to beat those challenges. Remember the very first 1 hour Tsukuba endurance race with the MX-5 touring car? That was a real tough challenge, even for me back then. I love that. We need more of those kinds of events, those endurance events. Gran Turismo 4 had like close to, I don't know, like 15 to 20 endurance events. 4 of them were 24-hour races. The rest of them were like 1,000 kilometers, 6 hours, 4 hours, 12 hours, you name it. Gran Turismo doesn't have a single one of those. 4 years old, this game. You've got such a sophisticated weather system, the most realistic car models in any game, a respectable physics model, and yet all you give us is like these short 15 to 30 minute races with pennies, literal pennies as rewards that are not worth your time at all. It's boggles my mind. Boggles my bojangles. I'm taking a shot each time you trash talk Gran Turismo. You know what? I should put it up there, you know? Take a shot every time I talk shit about Gran Turismo. I love it, okay? I love it. I love it so much. I love it like it were my child. I'm harsh on my child because I love it so much. That's the reason why. If I didn't love it, I wouldn't care. I don't love Rensport. I don't care about that game. I don't love iRacing the same way I do this, you know. I respect iRacing, it's wonderful. But I don't love it the same way because Gran Turismo has single-handedly changed my life for the better. No, not love-hate relationship. It's love. It's love. It's tough love. It's tough love. It's tough love. But my opinions and words mean jack all because unless action can be taken upon it, right? You gotta also really see, because as a video game dev, right, there is a way where they accumulate data, right, directly or indirectly. There's always a way where they gather data. I don't know how the decision-making process goes in the polyphony offices, how they make decisions, if they are data-driven at all. I don't know. I don't know if they're data-driven. They have the 1 hour enduros in the mission races. Good news is, in Spec 3, the weekly races might have those type of races. Here's hoping. Here's hoping. That would be amazing. That would be amazing if it is true. Genuinely. I would hate that it would become a weekly thing. Like, it would force the faithful, the regulars to kind of grind every week. I mean, that's just a live service thing, you know. You can't escape that. It's one of the things about live racing that you just can't escape. Can I put an different wheel on this? Got black wheels. This. Ooh, NK has some slick rims. Wait, can I find the rims that I have on Gloria right now? Ooh, okay, for Gloria, my car that I'm driving right now, I have, okay, it's 37, but not the TE37. It looks like this. This is the 57 gainer. No, it's not this. It's like this, but it's black. Got narrow spokes. It's a bit like, is it this one? Volk Racing G25. It ain't these. And it's a 4-spoke one, not a 5-spoke one. I don't think they have my rims in here, sadly. It'd be cool if they did, though. I think it might be a TE37, or is it a CE37? I don't know, something. TE37. Yeah, it's not a TE, it's a CE, I think. I forgot the exact code. These look slick. Anyway, I was yapping about something. I forgot. What was I on about? I forgot what I'm doing. Lads, shall we do Gran Turismo tomorrow, or shall we check something else out? And by something else out, I mean racist room, perhaps? I tried the new hypercars in race room. I tried the Porsche. I tried the Beamer. I tried the Lamborghini. Pretty good. They feel great. Honestly, second to LMU, I would say now race room, second best hypercars in sim racing. LMU, race room, iRacing, AMS2. It's that good. It's that good. The physics, of course, it's race room physics. They feel fantastic. But the virtual energy implementation, the whole adjustability of every single parameter, it's wonderful, dude. Wonderful. I think it's criminal. It's borderline criminal that no single like setup shop or online third-party service provides setups and builds for race room. But I think mostly that's just because race room doesn't have a structure, you know? they do have a weekly structure. Like setup shops can build setups based on that. And all of Race Room's ranked races are essentially open setup. They're not fixed setup. Everything is open setup. But because not a lot of people do Race Room ranked, and the few people who do, I don't know how they go about the open setup thing. Do they figure out their own setup? Do we just do minor changes and call it a day? We don't know. Also, guys, I wanted to talk to y'all about something moving forward, especially when Project Racing Moto is out. There was something on my mind because I honestly kind of dropped the ball with LMU, to be honest. I really did. Give me a quick sec. What's the PMR? Hang on. I'm getting there. My train of thought has not left the station. Okay, where was I? Right, anyway. Right, this is something that I should have done with LMU when it first came out, right? Because I had an opportunity. Here's the thing. When LMU first came out, there were very few people streaming LMU. And when I streamed LMU, we got a lot of new people in. We honestly got a lot of engagement. People were interested in the game. People wanted to see what was up. So if I had capitalized on the hype early on, and if the game actually worked for me, right? And if I wasn't frustrated with it every single time I booted it up, if it didn't kick me out of every single race, it didn't tank my rating for no reason, I would have committed more to it. We could have been one of the more popular streamers who played LMU. So we could have been like, when you search a game on Twitch, there's like the first 2 rows of streamers, right? We could have been in that first row. We should have boosted our visibility, got a lot of people in here. And maybe if I had also been a bit more forthcoming with the content as well, putting stuff on TikTok, on the gram, making clips out of my stuff, we could have really capitalized on the growth and popularity of LMU, and we could have grown a lot more than we have today, right? I'm on the fence with PMR, of course, because it's early access. It's going to be a Assetto Corsa Evo situation. But even with Assetto Corsa Evo, which I've only played once or twice now, the clips that I've made of AC Evo are still some of the most viewed clips on my socials right now. And I remember people were interested in that game. People are interested in what's new, what's fresh. The game is broken, it's busted, there's nothing to do in the game. But still, people want to see what you can do in there, right? Sure. I'm just fingers crossed. I want to hope Project Moto Racing gives me a reason to play it besides just it being a good sim, right? Multiplayer stuff, I hope it works. It doesn't crash or cause issues. I hope that there is like a decent single player, a decent multiplayer. There's enough of a variety of stuff that we can explore and do. There's a reason for me to keep streaming it, right? My idea is I want to take a gamble. It is expensive. For an early access game, it is expensive. For a beta game, it is expensive. But I'm willing to maybe get the game, get the whole season pass shite, all that, get everything. And I want to try to kind of double down on PMR's growth and popularity. Let's try to become one of the prominent Project Moto Racing streamers, Let's try that. Let's try to go down that path. So that means once Project Moto Racing is out, not only will we have to get it on release, we have to get it working. I have to give like a proper thorough review, and I have to integrate it into my regular schedule along with LMU and iRacing. I have to integrate it, make it more of a routine, And I need to market the crap out of it on the socials, man. I need to market the crap out of it on social media. So I was really thinking long and hard about it. I dropped the ball with LMU. There was definitely potential with LMU, man. LMU brought a lot of new people in here, and I'm happy about that. But I just can't help thinking, what if I actually did stick with LMU? You could have got a lot more folks in. Because look at the people now who are streaming LMU. They were all small streamers, relatively small streamers when LMU first came out. But now LMU is huge. They have that consistently high viewer base with them, So I'm wondering if maybe we can capitalize on PMR, on Project Motor Racing, in the same way. I really think we can. It's not just right place, right time, right sim type thing. I need to pull my own weight. I need to put in the effort as well. No doubt about that. I need to put my effort, definitely. But yeah, there's a chance here. There's a chance here where I can capitalize on this for a quick growth spurt. We use our growth from this to carry over all the other sims that we do, iRacing, LMU, Gran Turismo. We hook them on. We hook them on with Project Motor Racing. So yeah, I'm willing to take that gamble. So yeah, once PMR comes out, I think I will more than likely. I just want to think of a plan beforehand. As of now, we're still. What's on my schedule as of now is iRacing special events. We've got Petite Le Mans coming in a couple of weeks. Is it in a couple of weeks or is it this weekend? Oh shoot, no, it's next weekend. Next weekend is Petite Le Mans, and then the weekend after that is TGR, and then we have Suzuka 1000, and then the last one is going to be in December. It's the production car endurance race at Virginia. We're going to be doing the GR86, of course. Those are the 3 more special events that we have in this year in iRacing. But besides that, we're going to be doing mostly LMU as well. Trying to get our ratings back up, trying to learn the HIGHpercars, having fun in Silverstone, LMP3, all that. Try to regain some of the growth that we lost from LMU. Now that LMU is also kind of booming, right? Because now, if I were to do LMU, growth is a lot harder than it was before. Because now, people who are interested in LMU, they already have content creators or streamers that they've already kind of been absorbed into when LMU was kind of booming, and now they're stuck with them, so they don't bother with any other new content creator who streams LMU, right? They have their fancy, they have the people that they fancy, that they like, they know they're good, they know their personality is good, they drive well in it, they're well exposed with LMU, and they're consistent in making LMU content. I have not, right? Wasn't by choice. Unfortunately, the game just didn't like me, I guess. The game just kept spitting me out every single time. It got borderline frustrating. Right? Because y'all notice I have so little time. I can only do long streams on weekends. 2 to 3 hours is honestly not even enough. Like, it's already 1.5 hours. We just spent that doing 4 events here in Gran Turismo. Time, man, time. Thing is, you need to capitalize on every new game that comes out when streaming, but that costs money a lot. Yeah, rightfully, yeah, that is the way. But I'm not gonna fall for the content creator trap. But I don't want to bother with every new game. Like Rensport coming out soon, I'm not gonna bother with that. Project Motor Racing is tempting. Like it's very, very enticing, intriguing. It markets a very good package that's compelling and interesting. And I would like to be part of the journey. No worries, right? Same way I did with AC Evo. I willingly bought early access knowing it was going to be messy, but I took a gamble on it. Now we just have to wait and see for what happens. But with everything wrong with AC Evo, I still have given it a lot of compliments, right? A lot of things are right with AC Evo. It's still a fantastic sim in terms of driving. Also, we haven't tried the new update yet. They said they have performance improvements. We'll have to see how much of performance improvement. Can I drive at high ultra settings in 120 FPS now? We'll have to see. Right now, Project Motor Racing is definitely on my radar of the next sim that I want to kind of focus on. Let's capitalize on the hype. See how much we can grow from it. Right? Because we're going to be abandoning Gran Turismo, honestly. We really are. We're going to be abandoning Gran Turismo after TGR. We're only going to revisit it once Spec 3 comes out, end of the year. Right. In the meantime, for the next 3 months, it's going to be iRacing LMU, just back and forth between the two, and then in between, you know, a bit of AC Evo, if and when something interesting happens. iRacing Arcade, yeah, nah, doesn't pique my interest. Does not pique my interest, unfortunately. iRacing Arcade, the NASCAR game, the IndyCar game, none of those pique my interest. So again, I have to do what interests me, and I also have to give people a reason to click, you know, give people a reason to keep them interested in this. What value can I offer? So new games is part of it, but I also don't want to feel like I'm wasting my time, or I can feel like, oh, I'm better off practicing on a different sim instead of just sitting here and doing this, you know. Also, I don't know. I think most likely we can also enable brake bias. Okay. Hang on. Let me change that. I think we can enable brake bias for this as well. Tuning parts. How do you? There is a thing. Settings option. Brake balance. There we go. Apply. Save settings. There we go. But yeah, Project Moto Racing definitely looks very interesting. I am definitely interested in it. Again, I'm just hoping it's good, man. I'm hoping it's good. Now, I have never played Project Cars. I've only tried a demo of Project Cars on a controller, Project Cars 2, to be exact. And it was good. It was pretty cool. In the demo, you can only try one thing, which is like, I remember Lamborghini Huracan at Red Bull Ring. But you could like change the weather conditions and all, so it was pretty cool. Genuinely cool. 5 to the rear, of course. Alright, let's get a hang of the track. Let's learn, see what this car does, see what it's about, and see how we can push. The really tricky thing with this car, or with this TGR in general, right, is the fact that I have to internalize 4 different combinations all at once. That is not good for muscle memory. It really isn't. It's making the learning process super complicating. I gotta be good at GR86. I gotta be good at Super Formula. 2 very different cars in their own right. And then I gotta be good at the HIGHpercars, and then I gotta be good at the GT4s. They're so drastically different. Each with its own driving style. Each on different tracks that demand different styles, different kinds of track abuse. It's so nuanced. It's complicating. And then on top of that, we haven't even begun doing strategy yet. We will do strategy in the final week. I don't think we'll do strategy right now. We'll do strategy in the final week. As of now, we have 2 more weeks till the magic is back. 2 more weeks. We'll spend 1 more week pushing for pace all throughout in all 4 of the race combinations: HIGHpercar, GR86, Super Formula, and GT4. So we'll spend this time really gaining the pace, internalizing all our references, try to improve as much as we can with what I know on my own. And then in the final week, that's when we start gathering data on the tires. Because once we figure out what's the fastest way, then we gotta check and adjust pretty much. See if our driving style suits the tire wear, or if we need to maybe adjust our driving style a little bit. Like we did for the Yaris, you know, a smoother driving style was about half a second slower on average, but you could go an extra lap. or a more aggressive driving style was a lot quicker, but you'd burn through the tires. So how do you trade that off? Yeah, the final week we'll pull up the Excel spreadsheet again and start gathering data. Right now it's all about pace. It's all about learning, maximizing, internalizing. So even if I'm battling, even if I'm off the line, I know what line to take. I know how to position myself. I know how to slow down the car. I know how to rotate. I want to understand how the car behaves and how the car will handle in any given situation. I want to get that out of the way first. Once we've got out of the way, I think everything else will come naturally, pretty much. This feels slightly easier than what I remember. Feels weird. Yep, could have got on the throttle a lot earlier there. This feels easier. I don't know if it's the brake bias doing the job or... Can anyone check my previous stream when I did this and see what my best lap was then? Because this honestly feels too easy. Or like the car's gripping more than I remember it gripping. Or here's a thought. Did I do it in a time trial session, not a lobby? This is with a BOP. This is the bopped SOUPrah. This feels a lot more stable. I probably didn't have to lift that much there. Probably could have just kept it flat or a slight lift, which I can't do with this pedal, but we'll try anyway. Gotta cut all the curbs smoothly, open up the line. iRacing had an unexpected maintenance period yesterday, so I took it upon myself to try a couple of new cars. I tried the Corvette GT3, pretty good. A little snappy, but pretty good. I also tried the Porsche 911 GT3R, which is by far the best fixed setup car GT3 I've ever driven on the game, in the sim. I gave it a spin around Interlagos, of course, and I was 1.5 seconds behind on my first go to a top split time, which was amazing. A little slower in sector 2. I think for this car, I think 4 on the force feedback is just nice. Doesn't feel too harsh. Oh, there we go. Yeah, getting on throttle a bit too aggressively gets you a slide. Gotta be smoother on the weight transfer. 41.1, optimal is at 40.7. I think realistically, yeah, we're looking at 39 at least. We're gonna be doing 39 at least, and I think I know where to find that extra time. I gotta be very careful with the green, just like Spa. Gotta be careful with the green stuff. Yeah, Porsche 911R on iRacing is one of the best cars I've driven. So planted, so stable. It's got that, you know, bit of understeer, bit of oversteer feature that all Porsches seem to have, but it was manageable. I think that car just fits my driving style. It's one of my favorite cars to drive in LMU. Also one of my favorite cars to drive in iRacing as well. second guessing my decision to get the Mustang GT3. Should have gone for the Porsche instead. As of now, I haven't really had much success with the Mustang. In fact, all my times I've taken the Mustang for a spin, I've failed. I keep losing control of that car. It's super sensitive on the brakes, especially on fixed setup. I dislike how it feels on fixed setup. Fixed setup doesn't do the car justice, I feel. Now that I'm a slightly more competent driver, I too like the Lagos quite a lot. There we go. You see how much track I cut there? I went so far off the white line. I went all the way to the edge of the curb because that's how much track you need to cut. And on a harder tire compound, on the medium and the hard, that's what I need to do so that I can consistently exit that corner flat out. Power on the service road, or maybe a little bit before that. Look at that. Nearly 4/10ths gained on Sector 1 just from doing that. This is the kind of shenanigans you need to do. You're forced to do. Same thing here. You just gotta force the rotation out wide. All the track. Force the rotation. On soft, seems like you can just take it flat out easily. I reckon you can do the same on mediums as well. Maybe not at the 50-meter board, but slightly before it, just a blink before it. Just keep a tight line down the isn't straight. Oh, there we go. Optimal 40 flat. .2. Slight lift to stabilize things. Maybe short shift into third. No, we can do 40 flat. I must say 38 at this point. 38. We should target 38. There we go. Quite a lot earlier. Scorpion, welcome in. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing good. We are bing chilling in Lagos. Quite a bit late on the gas there. Yeah, still under the limit there because I don't feel the tires gripping through there. Oh, bend it. Yike. Yeah, if I can do a 39, I just have to assume someone faster than me can do a 38. Possibly 37. We're not on the limit of the tires yet. We're pushing it gradually. Like even on this final corner, there's so much we can push. So much that can be pushed in the final corner here. Yeah, the BOP version of this car feels very, very different. The BOP SOUPrah feels very different. Y'all want to know a fun fact? A fun, interesting, but low-key pointless fact. Pointless for us, but not pointless for a certain someone. I'm practicing Daily C. Ooh. Daily C is at Lemon, if I remember correctly. You enjoy the dailies, my friend. I'll be right here at Lagos, trying to push my way with the SOUPrah as much as I can. Anyway, y'all want to hear the fun fact? It has something to do with 2 of the 4 cars that will be used in the semi-finals and the grand finals. The GR86 and the SOUPrah GT4. Now, Among the top 20 that have made it to the semi-finals in the TGR tournaments thus far, at least 3 of them are full-time racing drivers. They are, of course, the Aslan brothers, Nakib Aslan, Nabil Aslan, and also Taj Ayman. Particularly for Nakib, the guy drives a GR86. Correction, the guy races GR86s and a SOUPrah GT4 in real life, and he's bloody good at it. By bloody good, I mean he not only races, he wins in real life with the GR86 and the SOUPrah GT4. What car are we using in the semi-finals and the finals? GR86 and SOUPrah GT4. Biased? I'm not saying anything, but just look at the evidence, man. What are the odds, man? What are the odds? It's 19 of us against 1 of him, and none of us stand a chance. We're up against a real racing driver who's driven in the real equivalent of these cars in real life. Honestly, what chance do we have? We're cooked. As far as Nakib is concerned, we are cooked. The 450. Alright, final corner. I'm gonna use a simple tap and release. I think tap and release works. Only if I hold the brakes a little bit too long is when I start getting understeer and I go wide. If I tap and release, it's fine. That does not mean nothing, my friend. That means nothing. Why does it mean nothing? Like I should just ignore it and do my best? Yeah, of course, I am gonna do my best, but realistically, how much can I really keep up with someone with that kind of experience? How can I one-up someone like that? How can I one-up someone who does that for a living? Whereas I've got a 9-to-5 job and 3 hours left. I'm dead-ass tired. I've got another life to live and responsibilities to take care of. And I'm barely understanding what it takes to drive these cars on the limit. On a sim, the fake version of these cars, while this kid out here is driving the real life version of these cars out there winning races, not just locally, but internationally. Y'all know something? Nakib went to Sugo Sportsland. Sportsland Sugo is a racetrack in Japan. He's never driven there in real life. He's only driven there on the sim. His first debut on the track with the GR86 in a Asian GR86 Cup, he won. His lap time was a full second quicker than even local Japanese folks who have been driving on the track for a long time. How? He's never driven on the track before. I mean, the Rocky Balboa of iRacing. I would say I can be the slumdog millionaire of the iRacing world, to be honest. Everything that I am, I had to fight for it, dude. I had to pull myself out of the dumps, fight hard for everything that I have. Doesn't matter where I come from, I'm gonna do what I can with what I'm given. As long as I love this the same way as I did as a child 15 years ago, there ain't nothing gonna stop me. Oh, I scrubbed it. Oh, please don't be track limit. Miraculously, it isn't. I think third gear exit on the final corner is fine. Oh, I forgot trap and release. I held the trail braking there. So what? So nothing. Realistically, so nothing. I'm just gonna do my own thing, like I said. But like every time I think about it, you know, it is like another reason, another thing that puts me down deep inside in the back of my head. I hate it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's a fact of life. Yes, I have to work 5 times, 10 times, 100 times as hard, if not harder, than someone like Nakib to get to his level. Maybe I don't have the right tools, maybe I don't have the right knowledge, maybe I don't have the right kind of support that I need to get me to that level. It's a combination of a lot of things, sure. But right now, I'm just gonna be proud of what I make of myself. The fact that every day I wake up and I give my absolute best. And that's why I am hard on myself. That's why I gotta be hard on myself. That's why I hold myself up to these high standards. That's the only way someone like me is gonna make it big. Good enough is not good enough. Because I've put literally my entire life on the line for this. I've made so many sacrifices. I've disappointed so many people. I've let people down, put my family aside, put the other important things in life aside, put my life on pause, put my entire life savings into this. So yes, if this doesn't work out, I will have to rethink my life choices for sure. But that is not a thought I can entertain. That is not a thought I can afford to entertain. It has to work out, and we'll do everything we can to make sure it does. If it means you have to go up against the best of the best, all the better. We'll pull through. I don't hate you, Nara. Where'd you get that idea from? Why? You're nuts. The exact opposite. Tap and release. There we go. Right on the middle of the curb. Get back on. A bit bumpy on the exit there. There we go. So it seems like we're topping off at 39 high, 39 mid. I definitely know for a fact that a 38 mid or 38 low is possible. We're looking at that. Even through turn 1, I feel like I'm not pushing it hard enough. I'm braking at the 50 meter board, but even that, I feel like there's so much time on the table. There's so much time. The soft tires are gripping so hard. They're gripping so hard here. This corner is a little sketchy, honestly. I gotta maximize the rotation. Utilize the compression to get a good run on the exit. Break the straight line. Do not grass it. Okay, so we're looking at 38, yeah? 38's the goal. Today's a pretty quiet day. Where have all our friends gone? Where is everyone? Don't know. Where is everybody? Yeah, I can definitely brake like a smidge later in turn 1. Maybe like half a car length after turn 1. I can carry more of that trail braking into the apex before I get on the throttle. Everywhere else it feels like I'm doing fine, but maybe I can just push the steering a little bit more. Service road. Rail brake. Deep. Patient. There you go. See how I rotated early, which means I could have got on the throttle a little bit earlier. Yeah, didn't apex or didn't curb the curb on the inside there. Got a whole 1% braking there just to kind of keep the front wheels pointed inward. Same thing here. Use all the curb. Open it up slightly. You don't need to open it up too much. Take a shorter line. Keep it tight. All the curb there. Just before 50. Could curb the inside a little bit more. Open up the line a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I can brake a little bit later in turn 1. I hate the way you drive around Interlagos in Gran Turismo, man. Makes no sense at all. I really wish the track limits here were the white line and not the edge of the curb. It's wicked. It's wild. I appreciate the kind words now, Rob. I really do, man. It means a lot that someone other than me believes in what I do. In iRacing, if you try to get on the curb all the way, you will slide. In Gran Turismo, you do, but it's a lot more forgiving, so there's less of a consequence if you do ride the curb all the way. Yeah, Scorpion, I was just talking about it. I also shared it on the gram as well. We're getting the Marina. We're getting Montreal. Pretty cool, pretty neat. Pretty slick. But I'm probably gonna have sold this wheel by then, so I won't be able to drive Gran Turismo on a wheel when the update comes out. But we will check it out. I will be on controller. Yeah, after the 50-meter board, there's like this red, it's like a headhunter board, it says. That's gonna be my reference, exactly at that. So it's about exactly half a car length after the 50-meter board. And perhaps I can even brake later, because I still find myself kind of dropping my minimum speed down when I reach that corner. Will I do iRacing tomorrow? Not really. Is there a reason for me to do iRacing tomorrow? Next week, yes. Next weekend is Petit Le Mans. I mean, we could do some... We can partake in some racism tomorrow. But tomorrow is going to be primarily, I would say, Petit Le Mans practice session, I would say. Hopefully the servers won't be down past 24 hours. Yeah, iRacing servers went back up late last night, so I managed to squeeze in one GT3 fix Le Mans race. I got a win. But then again, it was low split because I tanked my rating. There we go. Brake super late and I can still carry all the speed. Ooh, this is going to be interesting to drive on medium and hard though, because it's so grippy on soft. Yeah, see how I'm not going all the way out wide? It means I'm not getting on the throttle early enough. So I can definitely move my throttle marker before the service road, perhaps. I gotta use more of the curb. More of the curb. Open up the corner. AMG. You love the AMG now, don't you? AMG is a solid choice. It's solid for endurance. It's solid for fixed. But the AMG is definitely a high skill gap car, I would say, because of the finesse you need on the brake. A little bit too much brake and it will understeer like crazy, like the boat that it is. AMG. Ooh, I've never tried the AMG GT4 yet. Never tried it before. I've only tried the McLaren and I've only tried the BMW, which I have. Porsche GT3, mwah, fabulous. Corvette GT3, ooh. I tried the Corvette at Hockenheimring. Very neato. I have a question for Chan GPT. Sunil, ask away. But not up. Important question. When it comes to buying stuff on iRacing, you gotta commit to one account. So since you have two accounts, you have your second account on Steam and your first account on, well, iRacing. Which are you going to treat as your main account? Because I would definitely not encourage you to go down the two account route and buy multiple different content on both accounts. That's just a waste of money. So you're gonna make your Steam account the primary account then, yeah? What are some of the most commonly purchased car brands in the country of Malaysia? Perodua Myvi. We nickname it the king here. It's the king of the road. Everyone and their mother and their grandmother and their great-grandmother and their grandkids has a Myvi. Heck, even I almost bought a Myvi. My best friend has a Myvi. Myvi is great. My Perodua is one of the car brands of all time in Malaysia. Perodua and Proton are the two Malaysian car manufacturers. And then apart from that, you've got Toyota. Toyota, Honda, those are very popular. The big Japanese three. The big trio, Honda, Nissan, Toyota, those are very popular. BYD, have you all heard of BYD? This Chinese manufacturer. BYD is really skyrocketing their popularity, especially with their EV lineup. There are far more BYDs than Teslas here. And not just BYD, a lot of these Chinese brands that I've never heard of. BYDs and all these other Chinese brands are popping off. Tesla's flatlined here in the US. Yeah, I can imagine. Cries in Elon Musk. I mean, the man's rich enough anyway. It's fine if Tesla dies off. At this point, like, Tesla isn't innovating anymore. The Model S, wonderful. Model X, But then everything after that, just the Model 3, Model Y, didn't really serve any purpose. It wasn't jaw-dropping. It wasn't a step forward in EV technology in the industry. Whereas you got China, Germany, and Japan here, just constantly pushing bounds after bounds after bounds, pushing what we think is possible about EV technology. And then there's Toyota going the complete different direction, trying to make hydrogen fuel cells mainstream, which again, respectable. If you ask me personally, I'm on the hydrogen fuel cell bandwagon. I definitely see a huge potential for hydrogen fuel cells to take off and be more mainstream. They make sense. I'm very excited to see the 24-hour Le Mans hydrogen prototype from Toyota. I'm very excited to see how that one works out. Hoping the best for that team. Yeah, I'm on the hydrogen cell bandwagon. For two reasons. One, hydrogen is, if anything, now I don't know the specifics, the science behind hydrogen extraction and how it is manufactured into a usable fuel cell for vehicular purposes, right? I'm also not well informed about the dangers of hydrogen fuel cells. Hydrogen gas is very, very reactive, very explosive, very hazardous. It's rocket fuel. Simply put, you're putting rocket fuel in a car. It is incredibly dangerous. But in theory, you put rocket fuel in a car, you're going to get rocket-like performance. Am I wrong or am I wrong? China. BYD is very famous in China. Sell your Tesla stocks, everybody. It's time to dump 5 billions and billions and millions and billions and billions and billions and millions of dollars into BYD stock. China. And Tata, yeah. Tata honestly has pretty much zero presence here in Malaysia, with the occasional one or two that you see in a blue moon. But Tata is non-existent here. In other parts of the world, like I think UK and especially the India and the Middle East, Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, Tata I think is quite popular. But Tata is big for one reason. Tata is made and sold in India pretty much exclusively, right? In India, I think the monopoly is between Tata and Mahindra, but Tata is, I think, bigger. Because there's just so many goddamn people in India, the majority of people who drive Tata in India is comparable to the number of people who drive other car brands around the world. That's just how many people are in India. It's a India bias, you know? There's that many people in India buying Tata compared to other brands all over the world. It's huge. Would rather buy an auto rickshaw than the Tata. Oh, I have driven in an Tata. It was like a 3-cylinder. For the first time I was in India, it was our rental car. God, they're awful. They are so awful. I mean, I get that the Tatas are designed to be, one, they have their industry segment, which is their lorries and vans and, you know, industry vehicles, heavy lifting vehicles. And then they have their commercial vehicles, which is like your SUVs, your sedans, your budget friendly, the everyday common man car. And that's, I think, their biggest market segment. For India standards, they are pretty reliable, you can say. For India standards. They can take a hit though. I'll give them that. Mahindra, Tata, India's cars can take a hit. They are as rugged, if not more rugged than, say, a Toyota Hilux. They are that rugged. Not as good as the Volvo, but you know, they're up there. They're up there in terms of pure reliability. Military grade, as we'd call it. Just enough to get it working. Please don't be track limit. Please don't be track limit. Okay, I'm getting turn 1 or sector 1 pretty consistently. I'm within a 10th every single lap. That's good news. Sector 2 is fluctuating a little bit. Sector 3 is also fluctuating a little bit. Just trying different lines here. I'm trying to cut this curb as much as I can. Get back early on the throttle. Trying to hold 1% brakes through there, no more. Same thing here, trying to hold a bit of the brakes. Get early on the throttle. Get the rotation in, take a tight line. Open it up gently. Second gear was probably a risk. Third gear, on a harder tire compound, we'll have to see if medium, on the medium and hard, if you have to see if third gear is going to give us understeer, or if I do need to shift it down to second gear to get the rotation and if I can still power on the exit. Okay, optimal down to 39.2. Honestly, I'm pretty pleased with this. I think we can call it here. We've done about 24 laps. I would say half of those were good laps. We've been averaging 140 flats a lot. And quite a number of 39s, 39 high, 39 mids along the way. Once I started getting the rhythm. But yeah, optimal is down to a 39.2, which is great. We can definitely push this to a 38 and a half. I reckon I can go a full second quicker. Would not be surprised if Nakib or Taj pulls a 37. Because honestly, there's so much more potential in this car. But realistically speaking, I feel like a 37 might just be possible. It might be possible. A 39 high, a 37 high at least. Right now our goal is to get it to a 38. If we can get it to 38, I think 38 is a competitive time. But not right now. So that is the SOUPrah done and dusted. Let us get some practice with the HIGHpercar then. Okay, so again, SOUPrah I think is fine because I've driven the car a bunch. I have experience in it. I know what to expect from the car. And like I said, it's one of the cars I've driven the most in this game. Settings option, brake balance, apply. Let's save that on. Jump to HIGHpercar. This is going to be new. This might be the first time in a long time that I'm actually driving the HIGHpercar on its BOP setting. 600 horsepower, so yeah, quite a big horsepower reduction. I think they've brought it down to, I believe, IMSA standard. They toned down the horsepower a bit. What a good statement, Mr. Trump. Shall we take an break, you guys? Shall we take a break? I'm so sorry. I completely overlooked all the ad breaks that have happened today. I'm terribly sorry about that. I just did not realize that was happening at all. Let's take a quick break, and I'll be back in a bit. Like my throat is not throating right now. My throat genuinely hurts. So yeah, I will be back in about 5 minutes. Let me go get some water. I don't even have water with me. I'll be right back. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? I'm back and everybody's gone. Where is everybody, man? Where is everyone? It's Friday. And I wonder where you are. Why is it such a lonely weekend, dude? Where is everyone? It's Friday. We're supposed to be celebrating. It's 3 years. Where is everyone? Where are y'all? Oh, had a nice spoonful of honey. Nice Australian. My best friend went to Australia and she got me like a little jar of honey. Not just any old honey, but like chai infused honey. Can you believe it? Chai, like the tea that I love drinking, Indian tea. Chai infused honey with like masala in it. It was super delicious. Just chugged a spoonful of that. And by chugged, I mean, you know, Winnie the Pooh style, dipped a couple fingers in and all that. Nah, I'm just kidding. I used a spoon, of course, like a civilized man. Hopefully that eases the throat. I think there's something in my water supply in my water today that has messed up my throat. So good thing I poured it out before I kept drinking more. Are we ready? Racing soft. Let's get in. Brake bias all the way to the rear. Now here's something interesting. Here's something very interesting, right? This car has an battery. If you look down the bottom left there, onto the right of the tire radar, this car has an battery system. It has the hybrid system, right? I am not entirely sure, or at least I don't remember, if the battery is influenced by the fuel multiplier, as in it drains faster according to the fuel multiplier, because it feels like it's connected with the fuel. So if you set your fuel at ×4, for instance, the battery is also going to drain 4 times as fast. So you can't sustain the battery for very long. Does that make sense? So the battery will run out a lot faster in like within 2-3 laps, and you can't build it up again because you just drain it once it's fully drained, and then your car's going to be slow throughout the rest of the race. You know what I mean? There's no mechanism of like disabling it entirely. It's fully on. It's fully powered on. Nothing you can do about it. Oh, we look so small at the Magic. I know, right? I miss my buttons and knobs. I miss my quality leather. I miss how big it is and all the force feedback coming through it. And the clickety-clackety of the shifter. Ooh, I miss it so much. It felt like I never switched? What do you mean? Ooh, hang on. We haven't figured something out. Okay, on the good side though, for Daytona at least, as far as Daytona is concerned, I think we can preserve the battery quite a bit. Because, you notice, there we go. As soon as you go beyond 240 kilometers per hour, the battery stops draining. And there are quite a number of heavy braking zones that should allow you to regenerate the battery back consistently. I hope at least. So we've done 1 lap. We've already reduced like 15%, I'll say. Oh, look at that. No. Okay, I think it is sustainable. Look at that. I only brought it up to turn 1. Hard braking in turn 1, fully recharge the brakes. I mean, the battery. Hard braking, immediately recharge it. Okay, that's good news then. But this is on 1 times fuel use. What if you increase the multiplier? Will that also amplify the battery drainage rate? We used the magic for a while, went back to T300. It felt like I never switched. Yeah, it was what, less than a month? Or exactly a month, I think? Could you go scour the Twitch VOD? Do me a favor, Narab? I think I highlighted the day I unboxed the SIMagic wheel. Could you be a dear and check and see if the date is like still there? If you can see when that stream was. I want to see how long exactly I had it. Because it's been exactly like, I think a month now that I'm back on the T300. It's been about a month, yeah. Early September we got back on this. Because we had to practice, I think more than a month. 2 weeks ago was the quarterfinals. I put the wheel back on maybe 2-3 weeks before that. How many days have I had the magic? Have I been using the magic? I don't think I've used it for any special event. The only thing I used it for the longest was the 6-hour Porsche Cup NEC, remember? I did solo. That was the only big race I did on my own. I did attempt 2 NECs with the magic wheel, but they failed. They failed so bad. I retired both races. So I never really completed them. So it doesn't really count. So Daytona looks like it has 1, 2, 3. Daytona has 5 sectors? I think my braking approach to turn 1 is getting there. But again, I'm braking like iRacing. I need to stop braking like iRacing. I need to brake like Gran Turismo. As far as battery is concerned, I don't think there's much of a problem. Battery management should be a non-issue. I gotta really improve my turn-in for that corner. I can't find it. If you go to my content, you go to videos, it should be in the highlight section, if I remember correctly. Ooh, you're right. I think it was early August. I got it for myself as a early birthday present, I remember. I remember saying that. $34.4. I gotta turn in. I'm trying to do an iRacing type late third in, which I can't. But this is a high torque at the low RPM type car, so I gotta use the quick downshifting, as well as maybe down to first gear to get rotation. Shenanigan. 2 months ago. Ew. So that was September. 2 months ago. That means it was late July, not even August, late July. Even for the bus stop chicane, I reckon I can carry much more speed. I'm following my iRacing braking point between 1 and 2. The marshal flag man post. I think I can brake at 1, possibly later. Use it for a month. Oh, I only used it for a month then. Feels much longer than that, honestly. There we go. I can brake later into turn 1 if I adjust my braking line, not brake while turning, iRacing style. Month and a half, yeah. Right, short shifting into third gear, definitely a safe option. Is it the fast option though? Yeah, third gear not safe for this corner here. This is perhaps one of my biggest danger corners in Daytona. Not even turn 1. Turn 1 is fine. It's this corner. Because it's so easy to mess up and you're carrying all the speed down the straight. Bus stop relatively simple as long as you know how to maintain the balance and keep it going. Let's try braking at 1. Not here, not here, here. It holds. It holds, there we go. About a 10th quicker on the exit. Oh, that was an excellent line in turn 1. I wanted to short shift to third, but I felt like I was getting enough rotation in second gear, so I just kept it there. Okay, let's try some Gran Turismo shenanigans on this. See if I can get them to work. Yeah, second gear is just far too risky. I think even if I weren't on my pedals, even if I were on a linear pedal, I wouldn't choose second gear. And you really got to be confident on the exit here, because you lose a lot of speed coming through there. God damn, I'm sweating. This one's going to be hard. We've done a 34 mid, 34 low, optimal. Yeah, do not extend the trail braking like that. Do the flick thing like F1 games. What is the flick thing? You know I don't play F1. I wouldn't know what the flick thing is. Like throwing it into the corner, that thing. This car is not that responsive. This car already understeers in its natural state. I don't think flicking it... It works for the Super Formula. Super Formula has a ton of downforce. It might work there, but not for this. Third gear. There we go. There we go. Still, I'm still turning in iRacing style. Four tenths faster. Four tenths slower. I'm onto something. In order to turn, you flick the steering wheel. What is flick exactly? So it's like turn it in like that. Is that it? I don't understand, to be honest. No, keep the right side within the white line. There is a cheeky esports way where the top drivers, they kind of negate the penalty on the exit curb of the bus stop chicane. There is a bit of leeway there, but it's very, very precise. Anything more than that, you will get a penalty. A little cheeky. There we go. Didn't quite apex it the right way. Short shifted into third. Gotta get a good exit out of turn 2. Trail brake. Third gear. All the track. Half a second. There we go. Getting somewhere. Middle of the corner. Still feel like I'm hesitating too much. I'm losing 2 tenths on this corner. Perhaps a tighter exit would be faster. So this corner, I need to definitely experiment a lot more. I think the way I'm downshifting and the way I'm getting back up the gears is working, in a way, you could say. Gotta really take a smooth, clean line through the chicane. Don't waste any time. Use all the curb on entry, all the curb on exit. Really get that rotation down. You flick it like you turn the steering wheel fast. Like flick. Ah, yeah. This won't work. This will only induce even more terrible understeer in this car. Ooh, boy. Yeah, even third gear is risky. Alright, I have done a 33.9. Alright, improvement. Optimal 33.6. I think we should be looking to do 32. I think 32 is possible. And I definitely expect top drivers to be doing 31. Won't be surprised if 30 is on the board. 30 mid, perhaps. Somewhere along those lines. Definitely a lot of time to be gained here at Daytona. Again, all my knowledge about Daytona comes from iRacing, yet again. I've driven this track for 8 hours, man, in the 24 hours of Daytona. So yes, I do know a thing or two about this track, but this is Gran Turismo. What a slap in the face it is for me to just throw it all out the window, you know? None of that experience matters. As you can see. Also, I don't think people know or appreciate just how goddamn steep Daytona is. Look at that. Look at that banking, man. That is like 45 degrees, man. Like, just put it here. Look at the screen, right? Tilt your head till the banking part looks flat in your eyes. Just tilt your head. Keep tilting your head. Right? I'm tilting my head more than 45 degrees here. That's how steep it is. I think it's 45 degrees at the incline, and it maybe goes up to 50 at the top of the banking. That's how steep it is. It is. It's so damn steep. So this alone is 45 degrees, right? Yeah, this alone is 45 degrees. And I think it gets even steeper up here. Maybe 47, 48. I'm not sure the exact number. But it is super steep. But when you're going at high speed and the G-force is pushing you out wide, it doesn't feel like it. There we go. All the curb. Back on. White line. I'm leaning my head also. Immersion. Magic. I miss my Magic. There we go. That was a perfect apex entry. I kind of fumbled the exit with second gear there. Even there as well. I think the rule here for the first 3 corners, right? Hard downshift to first gear and then double upshift to third. I hate that that's what works. That's what seems like is giving me faster lap times. I hate it, but it works, so I guess we keep doing that. And it's also the only way to kind of guarantee we get that clean rotation out of the corners. Yeah, bus stop chicane, I gotta bring it down to third gear. Fourth gear bogs me down, gives me a bit of understeer on the exit. Need to get it down to third gear. Back up to fourth for the exit. And this guy's got plenty of torque. I can use the torque to propel me out of the corners anyway. There we go, still a little slow on the upshift there. I also got to figure out how wide I can go there. Can I cross the white line? There we go. That was a decent double apex. Nice and tight. I keep fumbling that corner. Even though I'm short shifting to third, it's still a tough corner, that. Very tricky. There we go, third gear. I need third gear to get the rotation there. That was a good clean turn in. Half a second slower in sector 1. There might be a track limit. No, it ain't. Okay, I'll take it. It's a bit clumsy there. Did get down to third gear. Gotta get down to third gear faster. So I do have to kind of spam the shifting a bit like I do in the Super Formula. No, second gear is risky there. If it feels risky on softs, amplify it on medium and hards. It's going to be much riskier. Even that was risky there. I don't think I should be doing that. Third gear is ideal. Yeah, there we go. I'm getting that double apex just the way I want it to. I'm gonna brake a little bit early for this one here. A bit of coasting after the apex. I've noticed from iRacing, right? The top guys, they get on throttle after the corner and not before it. So their maximum rotation point is somewhere after the corner. To which I say, understandable. I can see where you're coming from. Ah, it was a beautiful turn in. There we go. How much of that runoff can I use? Close. There we go. Getting that third gear, I think, is just nice. There you go. See how I'm getting on throttle after the apex? Okay, that's slightly better because the maximum rotation point isn't the apex. It's a little bit after that. It is a bit of a misleading corner. One of those corners, actually. Let's carry some speed into the bus stop. I think that's okay. Let's see. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. $33.2. We're getting our times down. Okay, I'm calling it. I think top times here would be 31. There we go. Just get as close to the grass as you can. Short shift it into third. Plant it out of the straight line. Use all the exit third gear. Punch it. Decent. Did not turn out decent. There you go. So even third gear. Still need to be a bit careful. The way I get on the throttle. So I think if I figure out my line and my braking a little better and this approaching on the throttle, I think I can definitely push at least a full second quicker down to 32 lows. I see that was bad. We're going to throttle much earlier. So I'm aiming for a 32 mid to 32 low, which is about a full second quicker than this. So for the first time, I think I have a good enough benchmark here. We have done a 33 mid, optimal down to 33 low. we're getting there. So we're making some decent progress at least, and we've identified a few quirks with this car that will allow us to carry more speed with it. Thanks to my iRacing knowledge. Still feel like there's a lot of time left on the table in turn 1 and turn 2. Turn 2 is kind of hit or miss. Again, that's just me braking like iRacing, not braking the way Gran Turismo needs you to be braking. I do tend to hold that 1% braking, but maybe that's just slowing me down. We'll only try out cars and tracks, right? You will not practice for TGR. For what exactly you mean, Narab? Now? This is TGR. This is TGR practice. This is practice. Assuming we get into the finals, which fingers crossed we will. Just thought you were trying out cars and tracks. Nah, this is the HIGHpercar at Daytona. This is for the grand finals. The SOUPrah at Interlagos, that is also for the grand finals. There, we can get on the throttle so early. If I just get a good rotation through there. Third gear, still a bit sketchy. I need to really stay smooth on the wheel. And here I think I gotta turn in early. Coast a little bit. Third gear, point outward, use all the runoff. Looks safe enough. Use all the track available there. There you go. See how I kind of coast toward the maximum rotation point a little bit? 3/4 of a tenth faster. I'm onto something. Nah, you know me long enough to know that I'm not one for wasting time. My time is precious, my friend. I gotta use my time wisely. There we go. That was a beautiful track usage on exit, but still the entry was a bit sloppy. Yeah, we lost 2/10. Ugh. So I think I overslowed on entry so I could compensate on exit, but that wasn't great. Oh, one thing I gotta do, one thing is probably worth doing. Let's see the power band for this car, see what the optimal shifting point is. See if we can perhaps play around with it. There we go, third gear. Light hands on the wheel. Cut the grass if you have to. Third gear, all the track. Ugh. Thought I only practice Red Bull and Spa. That is for the semi-finals. Yes, that is also important. But because the finals are literally the day after the semi-finals, if I spend this whole month just practicing for the semi-finals, and then I get through to the finals and I've not practiced the finals at all, can you imagine how much I would suck? So yeah, I can't mess around. I do need to get some practice in at least in the event that I do get through to the finals, which I hope I will. I'm counting on it. Good entry, bad exit, but still that felt good. We got nice rotation, off the brakes very neatly, on the throttle very neatly, used all the available track, all the available curb. But definitely, you're right, Red Bull Ring and Spa is the biggest priority. Like I mentioned, getting to the finals itself is the big accomplishment. That is okay. I'm content and satisfied with that. If we can get to the finals, that's already achievement unlocked, right? We've gotten to the top 10 of round 4, and we've gotten the top 10 in the overall TGR championship standing. So that's it. If we get into finals, we're done. Our job is done. We'll get some money. We're gonna get some money, Arthur. And I'm gonna put that money to buy triple screens. If we have anything left over, we can go to Tahiti. Sounds like a plan, Dutch. That's the plan. The goal is to get to the final. What happens in the final honestly doesn't matter as much as getting to the finals. But at the very least, I don't want to make a fool out of myself on camera. By the way, I just got word that this year's TGR is not only going to be live streamed on the internet, it's going to be broadcast on TV. It's going to be broadcast on TV. So that's huge. So I've got a lot riding on this. I can't make a fool of myself on national television. I think I made a fool of myself enough in my time. Yeah, third gear, still hella sketchy. Oh boy, if you mess up the braking zone, the understeer you get. Okay, so far we've done what, 20 laps. I've had no issues with the battery regeneration. Then again, this is with on 0 normal times 1 fuel multiplier. Oh, look at that. 1/10 quicker in sector 2. I upshifted not to third, but fourth. Ah, maybe there's some value there from doing that. Also, definitely can push the exit of the bus stop a lot more. So it looks like when I get it right, I'm within a 10th, which is good. But when I get it wrong, I'm 2 to 3 tenths slower. Which on average, I guess, means there's something in my approach, which is most likely the entry on the braking. That's what I'm getting it wrong. Just causing me to overslow the car mid-corner. There we go. It's really about just getting the rotation done early. And planting the throttle. There we go. Understeer. Can't get it to stick. That's gonna be about 3 tenths slower. 7 tenths slower. Bad. Supposed to be double apex, turned out to be a late apex, not great. Yeah, let me just try short shifting to fourth instead of third there. See if it has any value, perhaps. This is genuinely tough, not gonna lie. The fact that I have to remember 4 different combos. The combo priority 1 and 2 is gonna be Spa and Red Bull Ring, of course. Super Formula and GR86. But also in the back of my head, I also need to remember how to drive these two. Even that can happen. Yeah, because this car really is a car that I think the diff is a little open off throttle, so it rotates a lot better. So I gotta get it to the minimum speed, or just before the minimum speed, and get it to coast toward the apex slightly, and use that to propel it out of the corner. So I can use that little coast to position the car correctly to the exit, and then push it on the exit. That seems to work so far. I'm not sure how right or wrong I am. Again, I'm not the best at this. There are people who easily can go a full second quicker than me on these. So there's clearly a lot of time that I can find, even though it feels like I'm on the limit already. There we go, a bit of coasting. The left side is scary because I'm trying to get as close to the grass as I possibly can. A bit more coasting would be fine. Using all the track there. Decent. Could have coasted for a little bit longer. Into the corner. Coasted a bit there. Third gear, punch it. There we go. Works. Coaster a bit. Third gear. Punch it. Light, 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 light. Run up. Run back down. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Try to get a clean run through the hairpin. Take a diagonal line. Messed up. Overslowed. That was bad. 2/10 slower. Told ya. Could have been a 33-1. So yeah, the hairpin needs to be on and off as well. Hard brake application on the initial stab. Immediately start turning in. There's no gap. There's no delay on it. You know what? I'm gonna call it there. I'm pretty satisfied with that. That is 33.5 best lap. 33.1. So even my own potential says I can go half a second quicker, but I reckon I can go a full second quicker, even more than that, once I figure out the specific nuances of each corner. I think we're close though. I think we're close. Honestly, I think 31 high. I don't think 30 is possible, right? 32 definitely. 32 definitely, I think. 31 high might be really tough. Maybe possible for someone like maybe Danny or Taj. But I think if we can do consistent 32s, that's already a very, very good point. 31 is possible, you reckon? 31 high, like 31.9, 31.8. 31 low or mid, I doubt it, man. I doubt it. Because I feel like I'm already pushing the limit here, like the brakes, the throttle. 32 low, 31 high, yes. 31 mid, maybe like Taj or Nakib, perhaps. Right, but I don't think. What do you mean when you say highs, lows, and mids? 31 high is like 31.8, 31.9. 32 low is 32.1, 32.3. High, low as in number. High number means big number, low number means low number. That's the opposite now, Rob. No, 31.9 is a 31 high. That's a high 31 because it's closer to 32. 31 low is, yeah, so by your definition, yeah, 31.9, 31.8 is possible. I don't think faster than that is possible. Maybe if you're an alien, if you're like if you don't have a life, maybe. But I'm guessing 32 will be a competitive enough time to put up a good fight. So that's what I'm banking on for now. Now, if I'm being honest, right, I think I'm good with the SOUPrah. Heck, I'm even good with the HIGHpercar. I just need to figure out how to smoothly and consistently get on the power. Like I said, I think the coasting is important. Coasting is important. Heck, I think I'm even good with the super formula. I'm a second behind the pace, 1 to 1.5 second behind the pace, behind top split pace. So that's good, I'd say. The one that I'm not feeling too confident about right now, honestly, is GR86 at Red Bull Ring. I am not very confident on this. Oh no, not very confident there. Oh man. Also, I think I might call it a night soon. I know I said I was going to do a long stream tonight, but I do want to call it. I think my brain is starting to fade away. And also, I am going out tomorrow morning. First time I'm confident in Formula. Yeah, honestly, because I think I've really figured out how to drive the Formula, at least in Gran Turismo's terms. I figured out like what it needs, how it needs to be driven to be pushed to the limit. So I'm very close to the limit. I'm very close to driving on the limit with the car, and I can do that consistently. When I mess up, it's when I go beyond the limit, when I accidentally miss my line. So now I need to drive the car and make it drive the line that is necessary so I can carry the most speed through the corners. And then of course, obviously, there's my two biggest time losses, turn 1 and the final corner. Turn 1, the final corner. Sector 2, I think only corner I'm having trouble with is consistency in Lakeum. If I can be consistent through Lakeum, that's good, man. Everywhere else, I think I'm doing decently. Just minor, maybe like hundredths here, hundredths there. But mostly I would attribute it to the fact that I just have more seat time. I have practiced the Super Formula for hours and hours, and I have practiced the GR86 far less than that. So I need more time. Just need more time. Ooh, hang on. New Project Moto Racing update. What is this? Social races. What are these?
What happens if this is your first sim? That's going to be reality for some. Just don't have the time required to need online racing. Maybe you have.
Oh, they got MX5s in PMR. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Oh, I like that. They got Miots. They got Miots in Project Moto Racing confirmed. Oh, I'm seeing a demo race at Sebring. The corner before the back straight, they are going outside the white line to overtake. So okay, interesting take on the track limits there. Interesting. Much interest. Miot, 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 mioto, miota, miato. Yeah, let's just do maybe about 15-20 laps, get into a flow. This is actually not great. This is not a great way to practice when I jump from one car to another, and I'm not letting enough time to sink in. Ideally, here's what we should be doing ideally. We have some form of telemetry, right? In all the laps we do, we focus on a certain aspect of the track, a certain part of the track that I know I'm weak at. We look at my best lap, we look at my best sectors, we see what went right on the best lap, we see what went wrong on like a less than ideal lap. We compare and contrast, we watch replays, right? So we just kind of spend at least 2 to 3 hours on just one session. But because we don't have the tools in Gran Turismo, replays, you can only, you can't even watch a replay in the lobby. Funny enough, right? There's no telemetry yet. So there's nothing really you can do if you're practicing here. You just have to kind of wing it. You just, this is why I have the approach that I have, this intuitive approach where I'm hyper aware of what I'm doing. I instantly call out what I'm doing as I'm in the corner, as I'm exiting the corner. I can already tell, oh, that was a bad entry, bad exit, could have carried more speed here. I'm verbally calling it out to make a mental note. That's where this comes from, because Gran Turismo doesn't have any tools to help you. So my brain is my biggest tool. I am the tool. I become the tool. So that's why I can still get a lot of pace very quickly and adapt to different situations very quickly on these other more realistic sims. So now that I have the tools like on iRacing, LMU, AC and all that, it helps you get even faster, because now you spend a lot less guesswork. And besides my intuition, I also have data to help me out. I'm data driven now. Whereas now I'm still honestly winging it. I'm still kind of, the only way you learn from Gran Turismo is you analyze someone else's lap visually, not data wise. You analyze someone's lap visually and then you try to replicate it as best as you can. That's it. That's all you do. My bad. I'm just I'm texting Danny boy. It is 12 a.m. Let me just get a few laps in here, just to warm ourselves up. What we got? Nothing? Alright. Port soft. How's our force feedback like? Crank it up to 6. Does this car run on 6 or does it run on 5? Hang on, let's try 6 first. 6 feels like too much and I'll decrease it. But all things considered, Gran Turismo's road car driving experience is fantastic. Hence, I generally tend to do better with the road cars. The key problem here now is the track. I am truthfully not very competent around the Red Bull Ring. I really need to push myself a lot here. It's not like I don't know this track. It's simple enough. It's only got like, how many corners does this track even have? I'm all about being smooth. That's what you gotta do in this track. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You got 9 corners. 10 if you consider that kink after turn 1. That's all the corners there is. That's all you got. So because there are few corners, a mistake on one corner leads up to a big time loss. In sector 2, for example, for instance, if you lose time there, you lose time throughout the sequence of corners. Okay, yeah, 6 on the force feedback feels a lot better. I think this whole time I was driving it on like 5 or 4, I don't know why. It feels a lot more force now, I can feel the car a lot better. Yeah, see how I was able to go flat out and I didn't reach all the way out there naturally. I reached that point artificially. So I can either get on the throttle earlier or brake later. It's okay. It's okay to get penalties now. Now's the time we make mistakes. We mess up as much as we can now, so we do not mess up at all later on. That's the idea. Final corner, definitely get on the throttle before the apex. Well before the apex. Use that compression to push you down and hold a minimum steering angle. I still need to figure out a turning point for turn 1. Haven't figured that out yet. Oh, my bad. We have an ad break happening now. I did not get a notification about that at all. I'm so sorry. Again, Streamlabs being weird today. Usually I get a in-app notification. Yeah, dive bombing this corner is going to be risky because A, it's downhill. If you mess up, you are going to collide with the person on the outside of you. We gotta kind of get the rear tires to slide, but not scrub. So the neutral phase where they're on the limit of grip. So that bit of noise there, that was good. That was sliding, not scrubbing. Even this is still on the limit. Try daily races, you'll see how divers dive bomb that downhill part. Yep. You see, classic stupidity there. So easy to mess up turn 1. It's a simple corner, but because it goes uphill over a blind crest, it's misleading. It's very misleading, that corner. That's the thing. That corner is one of the few corners where if you're on the inside, you're holding the inside line, you really have to brake early. You can't brake like if I for example, if I want to brake here, even if I'm in the middle, I have to brake super early. And I have to really use all the track, all the curb on the inside, which I didn't. I didn't use all the curb on the inside. But I should have. Now, this is good slip angle here. Don't mind me as I Lightning McQueen McDrift my whole way. Fine. So I didn't push the rotation there. What was the time we should be aiming for? 44. I think best I've done is a 45 high, 45 mid. We need to start doing 44s now. So again, 1 second slower than what is ideal. So even this corner, right? Throttling after you cross the crest is better than throttling at the apex or before at the maximum rotation point, because the crest won't allow you to get on the throttle quickly. There we go. Use all the track. So again, I was artificially using the track. I wasn't forced onto that line the way I got on the throttle. Completely missing that apex. Going wide. Again, going wide there. Late on the apex, late on the gas. Yeah, very wide, very wide. Best part about these final two corners is you barely need to turn. You barely need to turn. You just have to turn it. It's a bit like MX-5 through the last two corners. You kind of initiate the rotation just by wiggling it in the direction you want it to turn. And then use the brakes to control the amount of rotation and the throttle to stabilize it. That's all you do. That's simple. Okay, I think first gear is a bit too much. We are hitting the limiter in first gear. Second gear is we should aim for. Nearly a full second gained in Sector 1 alone. That's how much time we're talking about. Same case here. There we go. Good, good. That's good. We hit the sand a bit, but we were forced on that line. Missing the apex slightly there. I didn't artificially push myself onto the line. Fourth gear, get on the curb early in the throttle before the marshal hut. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Lovely. Same principle. Initiate the rotation. Use the pedals. Mess it up. Bin it. Ha! There goes that. So yeah, very, very important that the last two corners you let the brakes rotate the car rather than the pedals. Honestly, I feel like that applies for turn 1 as well. I want to try using the brakes to carry me up till the apex. Once I'm pointing after the crest toward the exit, then I stamp it and I'm pointing toward the yellow sausage curb. I gotta use all the track available. Yeah, that was bad. The downhill part is worse to play. Oh, I've seen clips of F1. People just New. F1 is a casual game, man. You can't blame folks for getting up to shenanigans in F1. There we go. Yeah, that was good. That was the car naturally wanting to go wide. I didn't falsely open up the line to go that wide. There we go. 3/10 quicker in Sector 2. They make a really good F1 game. I'll grind it. Did you mean iRacing? Oh, I got to throttle earlier. I've messed up the final sector every single time. Not gotten a single clean sector here. I reckon I can do a low 45, perhaps even a high 44. I can just string together some good sectors and get turn 1 right. So I'm gonna try my new turn 1 approach, see if it works. It's worse than the normal netcode. Oh yeah, formula netcode, yeah. Forgot about that. It's a shame EA has the monopoly on the Formula games. Real shame. There we go. Very good Sector 1. Love it. Definitely can improve more in turn 1 and turn 2. So again, that was... yeah, we didn't use all the track outside. So that means we oversteer and drop the minimum speed. Ugh, bad exit there. Not on the limit of grip. Induced a lot of understeer. Same thing there. First in FF1600 and won it. Nice. Get used to it. It won't happen often. Smoother, but not faster. So I guess we can improve on this. There we go. We're getting somewhere now. 46 mid. Right up to the yellow sausage. Ooh, Olton's great now. I think that was a good turn one. It felt like a good turn one. Let's see if it really was. The Gran Turismo gods agree. A bit sketchy on the exit of turn 2. Again, I want to point toward the outside, then get on throttle. I'm still getting on the gas as I'm on the apex iRacing style. Not taking into account the compression. There we go. That was a little better. Could have probably got on throttle slightly earlier because we still didn't use all the available track. Still, there was about maybe an inch. Oh god. Yeah, once you start floundering around like that, you ruin your run. Remember I said you gotta be smooth in one sense, aggressive in others? Yeah. When you get that wrong, that's what happens. Use the brakes to rotate it. There we go. Nicely done. The last two turns, you're barely turning. I think at most, you're only turning like 10 degrees to get it around. At most. Yeah, getting on throttle before the apex is a bad idea. In any other track, on a flat track, that would be the principle. But because again, turn 1 and turn 2, they go uphill. So there is a crest at the apex point. It's not a good idea. Yeah, like that. You want to kind of aim toward the sausage curb. Somehow Sector 1 was faster there. And that was a track limit. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Every time I go faster, it's a track limit. A little early on the throttle. There you go. Got on the power and it pushed me out wide all the way there. Still could have been a little bit earlier. A little bit smoother. But you notice the idea now. You see the vision. The vision Gran Turismo that we're going for. This is the kind of vision Gran Turismo I can get behind. Yeah, didn't quite apex it. Gotta turn in a little bit more. A little bit tighter. That's what we need. A little better in Sector 2 as well. Improving. And of course I had to mess it up. Just slow down before we get a penalty. Try to go for a hot lap start if we can. Let's see. I know turn 1 you can brake a little bit after the 100-meter board. Just a little bit after that. No. I was heading the right way. I was heading for my inside wheels to be just on the edge of the sausage curb. Which is good, but I felt like if I didn't lift, I would have definitely gone overboard. Again, I'm getting on throttle before. Yeah, not right. I gotta carry the tail braking a little longer. I just coast. A bit of coasting as well. Coasting doesn't hurt. There we go. Earlier, even earlier. I think I'm dropping the minimum speed far too much. So which means two things. One, I can get on throttle sooner, or I can trail brake even deeper and brake a bit later. There we go. Curb all the way. I'm supposed to have that neutral slide all the way through the corner. If I'm gripping, I'm maybe losing about a tenth on that exit. Okay, minimal turn in. Marshall hut. I'm gonna slow down before I get a track limit. That was a bad. Cut too much there. So I gotta drop the brakes immediately, I reckon. For the penultimate corner. Right on the edge. Hope it wasn't track limit. It was, of course, of course, of course, of course it was. Of course. I can't see my car, of course. Nope, nope, I'm done. I'm done with the bonnet cam slender. There we go, there we go. That's what I want. 2/10 quicker in sector 1. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. Exactly what I need. We gotta do that minus the off-track bit. Yeah, okay. We did not use all the track there, so more time. So I'm not being good at that corner. Oh, that was very good. That was excellent. I got on the curb, got the rotation. Excellent. Yes, yes, yes. Slide, slide. Just like that. Exactly what I need. Now we gotta do that on a clean lap. That's 2/10s in sector 1, 2/10s in sector 2. Exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, if you do that kind of counter steer, you've got it all wrong. You've scrubbed the tires. You've lost the momentum. So again, just like 15 degrees, 15, 20 degrees at most. Right on the curb. There you go. Cross back in before the white part of the curb ends. That felt good. That felt smooth. I got on the throttle after the apex, not before. Let's see if it works. Let's see if my theory is working. Let's see if my theory is right. Or my assumption is right. There we go. 10th quicker. There we go. Throttle after the apex. Smoothly out all the way to the sausage curb. We got 2/10ths faster last time, so maybe there's still a 10th on sector 1. Let's try to carry a bit more speed down this downhill here. Between 1500. Get that turn in. Throttle early. Nice. Felt like a decent exit. Could have gotten on the throttle sooner, I reckon. A bit late on the gas. Bit of coasting there, nothing to worry about, just to get the rotation. Be steady through here. That's it, that's all. 15 degrees, no more. You might be tempted to steer more because you don't hear the tires squirming, but you don't have to, you don't have to. So we're still kind of plateauing at low 46s, which ain't great. Please don't be off track. I stayed within the curb, I stayed within the curb, please. Oh, thank God, okay, we did. Yeah, sector 3 was a bit messed up there, so a bit too tame, I reckon. Yes, look at that, 3/10ths in sector 1. So yes, it really, my theory is correct then. We need to get on the throttle after the apex, smoothly in a straight line without scrubbing the tires. Okay, that was a bit too early on the throttle. So you might have killed a bit of momentum coming down here. Gotta use the brakes to get that turn in early. Use the throttle to push it out wide. Early as you can on the gas, push it out wide. Yeah, so we were gripping there. We weren't kind of sliding, so not enough speed, I'd say. Still can be more, can be faster. Sausaged it hard. .46 flat, so close. Yeah, you're right, Narab. I need to wake up very early tomorrow. Within the sausage, yes. I'm cooking. Let me cook. 46.1. 44.8. 44.8 is my benchmark. I know I can do 45 mid, 45 low. Oh no, 2/10 slower there. All the way to the sausage. All the way to the sausage. Sausage it. Track limit! Yay! Track limit, everyone! Woo! Track limit. Everybody clap. Yes! Yes! There you go. I get on throttle and it pushes me out all the way to that green part outside the curb. That's what I want. Exactly what I want. So I gotta brake in such a way that initiates a bit of oversteer through there. Same thing here. Hard brake and then off, on and off again. On and off, on and off. Keep it sliding, keep it sliding, keep it sliding all the way to the edge. Okay, so on the right side, I know what I need to do to get the rotation. I know what I need to do, sort of, to get this car to carry more speed. So I would say we are, again, 1 second behind where I need to be. Let's do one more lap. One more good hot lap. But averaging 46s, that's good. That's good, I'll say. We lost a lot of time there for sure. That's not a good lap. That's not a good lap. And it's track limit. Yay! Wait, I want to see how much time I lost by drifting through turn 1. 1.5 tenths. Okay, I think this is still better than before, so we're improving. I think across the board now, on average, regardless of the car and track combo, Super Formula, GR, HIGHpercar and SOUPrah, I think I'm 1 second off the top split time, 1 second off where I need to be. So in that regard, I think we're doing a good job. I think we're doing a splendid job. We've got 2 more weeks remaining. We've got 1 more week to really push for more pace. Try to squeeze that 1 extra second, or at least get as close as we can. Try to improve on our current time. And on the final week, we're going to just work on strategy. We're going to start gathering data. It's going to be a busy week, man, I'll say. Final week before TGR is going to be a busy week. Nah, okay, we're back. My bad. There was a sudden internet spike. We're good. We're fine. Good session overall. I think we definitely familiarized ourselves with the HIGHpercar. I think it's good. It wasn't as complicated as I thought it made it out to be. SOUPrah, of course. I think the SOUPrah is by far the easiest out of all 4. It's even easier than the GR86, I say. GR86 is It's a road car, it's slower, but it's a naughty thing. If you really gotta get it to behave, and Red Bull Ring, not as easy as it looks. The elevation, you really gotta be kind to the elevation and take it into consideration on how you approach the corners. But I think we definitely got the right idea on how to approach that. We've also got the right idea on how to approach Daytona. I think we figured out a bit of Gran Turismo shenanigans on how to drive the hypercar with the double shifting and the short shifting and all that. SOUPrah as well. Definitely, I think two things you can improve the SOUPrah. Definitely use more track. We gotta cement where our braking references are, and also I also gotta know how to get off the brakes better. I think I'm still holding on to the brakes for far too long, and I'm releasing it too slowly, like I would in iRacing, to get a progressive turn in. You know, I've got my string theory. You know, come off the brakes. But in Gran Turismo, it's more like you come off the brakes quicker than you steer. So I need to kind of adjust to that tendency a little bit more, and to squeeze a bit more rotation, and to get on the throttle more smoothly and effectively with the SOUPrah. So yes, like I said, all things considered, I think across the board, Super Formula, GR86, SOUPrah and HIGHpercar, I would assume at least for SOUPrah and HIGHpercar, I don't have benchmarks for those. But as far as I'm confidently believing, we are just about 1 second behind top split time, which is great. So for the most part, Super Formula and GR86, I know exactly where we can find the time. It's honestly just a skill issue at this point for me to execute the right technique to extract that extra second out of the car. Right? It's less of a driving technique and more of a Gran Turismo type shite. I just have to embrace the game. I haven't fully embraced it, right? I can't get the iRacing, I can't get the real out of the real driving simulator. I gotta put the Unreal into the real driving simulator. Not Unreal Engine, thankfully. As long as anything but Unreal Engine. But yes, today was a very productive day. For a first proper venture into the combo for the finals, which is the HIGHpercar at Daytona and the SOUPrah at Interlagos, I think we did a very, very good session. We got a good pace overall. We did discover some strengths, some weaknesses. We did figure out how the car. So I think this saves us a lot of guesswork moving forward. Moving forward, we can just try to nail the references down, nail the turning in points down, and build more consistency. Yeah. And also we need to start practicing with other tire compounds as well. I think we are at a point where we can start off with the softs and we can start putting more sessions in mediums and hards, just to kind of get a rough average. So it's going to be tough moving forward, definitely. Not only do we need to push for that 1 extra second, like I said, but also we need to also maintain that pace with the mediums, with the hards, and I also need to remember where my references are with the medium and hard tires as well. So that's a lot of work there. We've only done that a bit with the Super Formula, not with the GR86, not with the other two yet. So yeah, a lot of work, plenty there. So that's the plan for this week. This whole week, we're going to still be pushing for pace. We're still going to focus on the softs because qualifying matters still. We're going to focus on the softs. We are also going to second prioritize the mediums. Mediums are the second most important thing. And then thirdly, we're going to get pace on the hards, right? But medium and soft are by far going to be the most important ones to maximize our pace and consistency on, right? So that's what we're going to be doing this entire week across all 4 combinations. Particularly, we're going to spend extra time, right? I think out of the next 5, 6 days streams we're going to do, we'll spend maybe 4 streams focusing on GR and Super Formula, and then 2 streams focusing on the finals combo, right? And then the final week, of course, the week before DGR, hopefully by then we should have gotten some info on the tire wear ballots. If not, we'll just have to go with what we know, which is multipliers of 4 times 4 times 8 times 12. We'll just use that because that was last year's values. Alex said we most likely will be using values from last year. If that's true, we just get a head start and gather data on those. If it changes, then fine. So I hope we have 1 more week to get my consistency down, get more pace. We use that same pace to test the tires so we have a realistic benchmark of how the tires perform with my current driving style. And then we can also see how I can modify the driving style to maybe conserve the tires a little better, but still maintain the same kind of pace. You know, turning less, scrubbing the tires less, braking more efficiently. Right. So yeah, all things considered, good day, good productive stream. Lessons learned, records broken. Very good, very productive. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I will go to bed a happy man. So, and on that note, I am going to bed. Thank you all for being here. We will be doing more Turismo Grand tomorrow. Unless you all want to do something else, let me know in the Discord. Let me know in the Discord. Let me know on the gram. Just hit me up. I don't mind doing something different. Perhaps tomorrow. No, tomorrow I don't think we can dedicate time. So maybe tomorrow we can do something different. I don't mind. Or maybe if you all want to check the new race room update, I'm down for that. Or maybe you just want to chill with something else entirely. I'm cool with that too. No worries at all. We can up for discussion. We can consider some new stuff and have some fun. LMU. As much as I'm okay, I really I tried it. Like I said, I tried LMU yesterday. I tried the LMP3. I tried Silverstone. Nah. Let's just stick with Gran Turismo. Let's just really lock in for the next 2 weeks in Gran Turismo. Let's lock in. Never mind. I was considering iRacing, but I figured, yeah, nah, iRacing, I'm strictly keeping iRacing off stream so I can just concentrate on building my safety rating and rating back up. It's been going good. I've been grinding some time trials, getting used to the GT3s a little bit. That's been going okay. But yeah, I don't want to focus too much on iRacing while I'm still on the Thrustmaster wheel. We'll jump back in iRacing once TGR is over. Don't worry. First thing, alright, hear me out. As soon as TGR is over, literally the day afterwards, right? Let's do LMU, right? I promise. You have my word. In fact, I will schedule it as soon as I remember. Let's schedule it. Day after TGR, LMU. First thing, welcome back LMU. Please don't slap me in the face. I missed you a lot. Imagine like the first online race we do, it just kicks me out. LMU! Woo! Amazing. Wow. Anyway, yeah, a lot to look forward to. The next couple of weeks might be boring, honestly, because we're going to be doing the same thing over and over again. Apart from the next 2 Thursdays, there'll be new weekly events, new time trials. We'll just do that a little bit. We still have one more time trial. I haven't golded yet. The Opel Corsa. I think, in my opinion, perhaps the best Vision GT car in the game thus far. It feels fantastic, honestly. Everything aside, my opinions on the VGT aside, it's a good car. It's a damn good car. So we still need to push that a little bit more, get all the goals. Yeah, that's it. Really looking forward to Spec 3 update in December. I wished it was a bit closer. It's very unlikely of them to announce something 4 months early, you know. It's coming on Christmas apparently, on Christmas Day, I think. That's like a tradition now. There's always a Christmas update. But it's a bit strange, you know. Wish they could push it forward a little bit, you know. Or just not announce it at all. Announce it like in November or in October, you know. It's now we're all just kind of salivating like, Anyway, let us all go to bed in anticipation. Lots to look forward to. I'm gonna save up so I can get Project Moto Racing while we're at it as well. Yeah. The plan now is I just want to sell this. I also am considering just selling the rig as well. Like put up a listing for it. If anyone is interested to buy it, I'm gonna sell it off for cheap. No worries. So I'm gonna use the funds from the wheel and the rig to get triple screen. Right? It would just barely be enough for triple screen, right? And then I'll get a new rig separately. I think I have enough saved up. I should have enough saved up. I should be able to pay off the debt for the rig. I should have saved up at least half of what it would cost to get a rig. So all things considered, yeah. That's what I'm planning for now at least, but well, see what happens. Because I don't want to damage my rig. You all know that I've damaged my plate trying to put the Simagic on because I brute forced the holes. Yeah, I just hope I don't upset the next person who buys this rig with the holes, the botched holes, you know. It's literally ugly, man. Like I've just expanded the hole, brute forced a screw with a thread there. It's ugly looking now, the base plate. I need to polish it off and paint it black. Nah, I'm just gonna tell the next guy who buys this, like, hey, I had to brute force it to fit my wheel. So yeah, I think this rig definitely has outlived the Simagic. We can't use it. The pedal plates are not optimal. The seat not optimal. The wheel mounting, it's not optimal. Ergonomics not optimal. I can't mount both my handbrake and shifter together. So yeah, I'm just not getting the most out of it. I think it has served its purpose for the past year. I'm very thankful for it. But yeah, it's time to move on. It's time to open up myself to new horizons. Speaking of Horizon, Forza 6, Japan? Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu.